Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get started with non-agenda public testimony. So this is only for people who are speaking on an item that is not on today's agenda. Once we finish this, we will formally begin our meeting. And we're going to move up one of the items on the agenda, which is the appointment of the superintendent. So that won't come at the end of the meeting. That will come up very soon. But before the meeting is only for speakers who want to address items that are not on the agenda. Okay, so when I call your name, please come up. There is a maximum of 3 minutes to speak. Please try to make your point in 2 minutes. There'll be a yellow light for you to finish up during the final minute, okay? Dana Brown, Kunal Raval, and Maura Cantor. Any of those three here? Okay.
Hello, I'm Maura Cantor. I'm a senior at La Jolla High School, and I've brought some copies of my proposal, and I'm wondering if I might pass them to you.
It's fine. Give them to Cheryl here.
Well, I began this project as my Girl Scout Gold Award, and I'm a 12th year Girl Scout, and I noticed a need at La Jolla High School for more involvement with the students at our library. And I also noticed, however, that the librarians' hours didn't really help with that. And so I went to the local public library, the La Jolla Branch Library, and I asked Catherine Green, the branch manager, what I could do to help. And she suggested that I start this liaison program. And so for the past year, I've been working to create programs that facilitate students from La Jolla High School to the La Jolla Branch Library, and I was elected the board as a board member on the Friends of the La Jolla Branch Library, youngest board member, and I've served there for the past year, and I've really noticed that they are eager to accept students and proposals that will help the students in the community, especially during the economic times that we're going through right now. And so I really believe that this could be a program that would benefit not just La Jolla High School, but schools all over the Unified School District. And so I'm here today to ask if you might consider perhaps contacting me in the future and seeing if there are more programs that we can deliver. The paper that I gave you is just a copy of my project plan, and I only had 6 copies, I'm sorry. But I hope that you might consider this. I think it's an absolute valid thing, and it's been wonderful for the library. We have a college room where students can check out books and necessities for the college application process or standardized testing, and that the use of that in the library has gone up dramatically. We have a tutoring program, so it's extended hours for students who are in sports through the CSF program and the math team program. And we have, I'm bringing some juniors from a English class down to the library to learn how to do proper research methods with actual books and programs like those. And I think it's wonderful, and I've noticed there's a great involvement from Mr. Shelburne, our principal, and all of our counselors, and I think it's absolutely valid and a wonderful thing to introduce to the school district. So thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, he just asked me for a copy, and he's on top of it, so thank you.
Good afternoon. I have some handouts, 12 copies.
Okay, I'll make sure everybody gets them.
Good evening, esteemed board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dana Brown, and we are representing the 44th Street and City Height Community Wraparound Mobilization, our ASK, Trauma-Informed Schools, Compassionate Schools. It is a philosophy. It is not a program. It will benefit profoundly the understanding for every single teacher and every single principal, all the families, most especially the children that are traumatized by many layers of trauma, including acute, meaning one time, chronic, repeatedly, complex, overlapping, or system-induced, are physiologically unable to learn. They stay in the flight or fright mode and cannot learn. Some of the systems, when they have this toxic stress, it physically damages their brain, and some of those symptoms include cognitive impairment, depression and anxiety, developmental delays, eating, sleeping disorders, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, delinquent and violent behavior, poor school performance, poor self-esteem, eating disorders, cutting, depression, all kinds of risky behavior. And so the solution for this is to create social connectedness, provide concrete support in times of need, social and emotional learning. How you do that is through trauma-informed, understanding the philosophy of what happens to our body when we are traumatized. The training is free. It's presently done and available through the San Diego County Office of Ed or the San Diego Trauma Informed Guide Team here in San Diego County. And we have, I would like to have an ask that our 44th Street resident leaders could have an opportunity to meet with some of the board members individually and support you individually and our community for all the 220,000 students and create San Diego County. You would be the first district in the state of California to be trauma-informed. You would follow 2 other school districts in the United States that are already trauma-informed. All of the information was hopefully succinctly put into the report that I prepared for you, and we would be absolutely honored to support every one of you in supporting this kind of a climate for our sons, our daughters, your students, and as community partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Tina Louise Roberts, Ricky McCoy, Cheryl Canson, and Rick McCoy. I guess there might be 2 Ricks, senior and junior. You can speak in any order, just if your name was called.
Hi, my name is Tina Roberts, and I'm here to represent Oak Park Elementary School. I have a son there that has been enrolled in your school and has been burned twice in your school district. I have been up to the school talking to Principal Valerie, Eve Martinez, Sonia Martinez, and I have got the door shut in my face. My son is not in the woman's custody that has her right now. My son has not been in the school. They refuse to give me any information on my son. They give me the runaround every day that I contact them. I have strong concerns about my son being in that school, being burned twice in the school district, and that's why I'm here to speak on behalf of my son, Tony Levant Wright, and my name is Tina Louise Roberts, and the woman that's supposed to have custody is Debbie Jackson, but she has no legal right to my son. And that's what I'm here to discuss, and I'll have more information. I know that these people are involved in this school because they protect Deborah because of the burns. One name is the Deborah Jackson, Mona Platt, Lauren Bowen, and then Teresa Johnson, and then there's Dante Jackson, which I have a restraining order for threats of violence. I went to a Martin Luther King parade and was shot in the face with a paintball gun done by one of your school members at Oak Park Elementary. I have medical reports from the shooting that he shot me in my face, and they're all part of your school district, and I just thought I would come out here and let you know that I've been blocked away from that school, and my son is not attending that school, and I don't know where he's at, and they refuse to give me any information. Thank you. My name is Tina Louise Roberts.
Okay, thank you. When we hear reports like this, the superintendent is taking notes, and staff will check into it. Just be aware that we're not making comments on the dais, and we're not verifying any of the statements that are made here.
I appreciate it.
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Ricky McCoy, Sr., and I'm here to emphasize how important it is that we have trauma-informed schools. As we developed our committee after my son was murdered, we found that we needed training in order to understand and deal with the trauma. All the children were traumatized, the parents, the block was traumatized. After taking the classes and being more aware, it allowed us to develop a relationship in the community with our neighbors and also with the San Diego Police Department. We also developed unknowingly a tool, because as we got to know the people in the neighborhood and as we went door to door to find out what we could do to help, our training taught us that the more we talked to people, the more we asked questions, the more we offered help, the more we found out exactly what the problem was. Everybody was traumatized and nobody knew where to go for help. We found the social programs. We found that sometimes people just needed to talk. We found that the kids especially were acting out and the teachers didn't know why. We think that if we get our teachers, our schools, trauma-informed and get the training that we've gotten, that we could develop a powerful tool between the two of us and be able to help the communities and the kids more with the violence that's been going on in our schools. Nobody's been doing anything. Everybody's asking for solutions. I think this is a powerful solution, and that if we implement it with the compassion that we and our community has implemented, we can make a powerful difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Canson, and I appreciate this opportunity to present to you reasons why we should have trauma-informed schools. It would provide better, safer communities. Wouldn't it be a shame? I think it's a shame to live life haphazardly and not live life to the fullest and appreciate life. And my children were in the San Diego City schools, and with mental illness and IEPs, learning disabilities, schizophrenia, bipolar, and they fell through the cracks. At these meetings, I would ask them to please hospitalize my children to see some of the odd behaviors that I was seeing at home. And there was nothing being done. I believe they didn't understand that sometimes learning disabilities are just lead you to see that a mental illness is present. Things like anger, hostility, nail biting, head banging, kids demonstrating risky behaviors in school, need help from adults. And I think it's a shame that a teacher would see a child and not recognize some risky behaviors that children are presenting, and not be able to do anything further about it to help the children, to deter them from being non-productive adults. I would like to see schools trauma-informed to help our communities be safer, because it can be dangerous to allow a mental illness to go untreated. Trauma-informed schools would help everyone. Trauma doesn't go away. It needs to be processed, and children depend on adults to help them to process through trauma, from things like incarcerated parents, absent parents, grandparents raising the children, all kinds of scenarios that children are faced, that their parents are faced with on a day-to-day basis. And the children demonstrate behaviors that cause us to see that they need help. versus just thrown away, and my children end up in prison. And I believe because they didn't get the help that they needed in the San Diego school system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ricky McCoy Jr., and I want to ask for trauma-informed schools. My son, he was killed on June the 30th, and when he was killed, just like a lot of kids was outside, they shot off 45 times in front of kids and everything. And since then, I watched the kids, their grades drop, some drop out of school, and it's just been, they've been really affected. And it's not just on my street, it's been happening everywhere. So I think trauma-informed schools will address the issue. And if we don't address the issue, we're going to have a whole nother generation of violence. Because, everywhere there's violence, there's kids. And if you don't address the subject, they'll be lost too. That's it.
Thank you. Thank all of you for coming here, and I'm going to ask the superintendent and the deputy superintendents to really look over the materials that you've given us and to be in contact with you. It's very courageous of you to come up and speak about this very, very difficult issue, and the fact that you're really working to help improve our communities, we really sincerely appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we have three more speakers for non-agenda citizen, Francine Maxwell and Lisa Berlanga.
I want to speak to an incident that happened regarding the San Diego City School District School Police. A vehicle was parked out in the parking lot with a protest sign on it. The person had legitimate business with the school district, was parked legally, and one of the school police officers was ordered by the chief to go outside and photograph the license plate of that car to figure out whose car it belonged. This is a violation of federal privacy protections, and it's a violation of civil rights. This is a school district, it's a public school district that is supposed to be teaching the children of San Diego about our civil rights, our constitutional rights, our civic duties, our responsibilities as citizens, and one of those includes the right to express our opinions and use the First Amendment. The police do not have the right to invade our privacy because they don't like our free speech. That car could have belonged to anyone in this room, and photographing the license plate and running it through our state criminal system is against the law. And it concerns me very much that our school police would think that it's okay to do that. That's very poor policing, and it's very scary, because if we disagree with the district and we want to criticize the district, which the Constitution allows us to do, we're subject to being targeted by the school police, something that we pay $6 million to fund with our taxpayer money. This needs to be investigated. This is a very, very serious matter.
Francine Maxwell. I wanted to come by and thank the superintendent for the work that he's begun to look in depth at Morris and Lincoln High School. The superintendent assisted Lincoln in making sure that we had qualified counselors and that a counselor that was found guilty of doing something to a youth was discharged from our campus, but now they may be in jeopardy of coming back, so we may have to come back to the superintendent on that subject. But as we move to the next level, I wanted to ask that as we move in a transition, that we have an honesty clause put into the leadership team of the next superintendent. If we find that the leadership team is not telling the truth, then their contract should be canceled. I have children at Morris High School that will never be able to pass the CST scores because the textbooks that are aligned with the CST scores are not being checked out in the library. Yes, they passed the Williams Act year after year, but if someone would go physically to Morris, they would see that the teachers are not taking out the textbooks, that all the money has been spent. This is a PI school, year 13 or 14. They have a PI counselor, they have a counselor being paid out of Title I, and still my students are not being serviced the way that they should be on their transcripts. I call on the superintendent and ask for proof of the honesty that is being given by the administrative team. I had a teacher that had the courage to make an appointment with her area soup. She was ready to provide proof. Another teacher had already met with the superintendent early in his career from Morris, and she provided a stack of proof. But this particular teacher, when she made the appointment with her area soup, she was called in by the administration and was told that they would be at the meeting as she was presenting to her area soup, and she never came to that meeting. She decided to shred all the evidence that she had of the misdoings that is taking place at Morris. As we move to staff in the coming year, I want to make sure that we don't let people slip through the cracks. There's a teacher in your administrative program right now to become a vice principal, and the way that the history of this district is, she'll get a vice principalship and a school. She doesn't teach from the book, she doesn't use the pacing guide, and she has said this year after year to the senior VP at Morris. So I would hope that as we move forward and we move to the next level, that we look at the time cards at Morris that are being paid to people on the 10th, and those people come and apologize to me publicly because they are making $92,000, but it's with the extra time cards. It's not in their base salary. They work from home, they do special projects for this administration at Morris, and they get extra time cards. Our tax dollars are being wasted on a lot of people, and I'm ready for more people to pay us back.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Evans, Superintendent Coba, board members. I'm Lisa Berlanga with the United Parents for Education, or UPFRED, and I'm here tonight to let you know about a program we just launched. We have a Parent Choice Award. Our parents submit nominations for great teachers throughout the district, and we choose one each month to award with a $500 gift card and post some information about them up on our website. And our first month was March. February, and we chose Jessica Graham, who's an English teacher at Kearney High School. 8 of her students selected her or nominated her for this award while we were at the Kearney Fair Cluster event in February. They all talked about how caring and wonderful she was as a person, and that she was very interested in their lives, and some even said she was like a mom to them more even than a teacher. And when we went to visit Jessica and give her a card and talk to her a little bit, she is so proud to be a Kearney teacher. She's so proud of the small schools that have developed there and the scores that they've been able to achieve and the student achievement that they have accomplished in the time, and she attributes it all to the small schools and the personalization, and we were just so honored to be able to start this program. We will be continuing it every month. We feel it's right in line with your quality indicator number 5 on quality teaching, and so we're glad to be able to support the great teachers that we have in San Diego Unified in a small way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that recognition. Okay, at this point, would you please stand for the color guard from the Navy Yard ROTC at Point Loma High School. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ready, color. Ready, cut. Lay up, face. Forward. Color. Forward. March. Up. Left. Up. Right.
Once again, that was the Navy JROTC Color Guard from Point Loma High School. We appreciate all the JROTCs who come throughout the year to present the colors at our board meetings. I'd like to welcome everyone who is present today and also those watching the broadcast and call the March 12th, 2013 regular meeting to order with all board members present. We've heard some non-agenda public testimony. If you want to speak on an agenda on an item that is on the agenda, please turn in a form from the table to my right, turn that into Ms. Ward, who is seated at my end to the right, so you'll have a chance to speak. We have probably quite a few speakers, so we'll have to limit some of that time. And if anyone has any non-agenda public testimony, that can also be done at the end of the meeting. So to get started, I would like our ASB representative, Daniel Hamilton, to tell us a little bit about what's going on at his high school, La Jolla High School. And since he's the only one here today, if you could also give your report on the ASB Council of Presidents, since he is the president of all the ASB presidents.
Yes, thank you. At La Jolla High School, a couple of things going on. We had our blood drive today. We have them about every other month. And so we get all that blood and donate it to the San Diego Blood Bank. A few weeks ago, we just had our Teens for a Cure walkathon. And with having that event, we raised close to $3,000 and were able to donate that to the American Cancer Society. On a separate note, in more kind of student activities, we've got a senior versus faculty basketball game, which is where the seniors will compete against the faculty. So if you want to see Dana Shelburne out there on the basketball court, you should come out. That's our principal, for those of you who don't know. And that's this Friday. And then other than that, on April 19th, our baseball team will be playing at Petco Park, which will be kind of cool. I think they're playing against Saints, I think. Point Loma. Stand corrected. I've got a few other Vikings in the audience, which is always good to see. So versus Point Loma. And that's La Jolla High School, and I'll go ahead and pass it over to
Okay, and Crawford High School has just entered the room. Yeah. Said Shab, ASB president.
Hello. So last Thursday we had our blood drive, and I want to say like 50 pints of blood were raised. So we always do well. We have like about 3 blood drives a year. At the end of the month, we have our spring egg hunt. So on the March 29th. So before we go on to spring vacation, and that's all that Crawford ASB has planned.
Okay, thank you very much.
And did you want me to give the report from the meeting also? So I wasn't here the 2 weeks ago. I was at a competition actually, but we did have our student congress meeting, and at this meeting we invited the ASB members from all of the high schools to come along with their advisors. And from that meeting we discussed financial matters, mostly campus safety and the district budget. But from that we had a couple of questions from some advisors and from the other schools. The first of which was regarding ASB advisor training and perhaps setting up a program for that. And so that was expressed by an advisor from La Jolla High School and also Mission Bay. And so if we could just kind of letting you all know that. And secondly, there was some concerns. This came from Kearney, Mira Mesa, and La Jolla. There were some concerns with the nursing staff at some of the schools, where with budget cuts, they've had to cut the nurses back to a few days out of the week. And there was some concern that students don't pick which days they are sick on, and so if they were sick on a day that there wasn't a nurse, there wasn't someone there who could give them a Tylenol or aspirin, or who was able to administer that. So that was just an issue or a question that was brought up that they wanted you all to look into. So thank you, and we're meeting tomorrow for anyone who would like to come, and that's here, actually, well, I guess upstairs in room 2249, and that's tomorrow from 3 to 5. I'm at the Ed Center.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as always, for both student members who are here, if there's an item on the agenda you want to speak on, just tap on your mic or speak up and let me know, so we'll also hear your point of view. Okay. To start off our meeting, we begin with a focus on who we are here for and what we are working on, and we've been doing this for a few years now, having a student presentation at the very beginning. I think you can see some evidence that we're going to have a presentation here. The board is not going to be playing these instruments tonight, thank goodness. So, some of us. So, at this point, we will welcome the Creative and Performing Arts Middle School Jazz Band. They could please come in. We're here. The principal is Scott Thomason, and the director is Richard Chiavarelli.
All right, while they get set up, I'd like to thank Dr. Evans, Superintendent Koba, and the rest of the board for inviting us down here today. My name is Scott Thomason. I'm the principal of CPMA Magnet Middle School. And I have the distinct pleasure and honor of introducing an amazing middle school jazz band, one of the few jazz bands at the middle school level. And their incredible director, I would like to call him Dr. Chiavarelli. This is Richard Chiavarelli. So I'm going to let him introduce the band. And one thing before I do turn this over, we are in the middle of a brand new Performing Arts Center construction project. So in another year, you guys are all welcome and invited to come out and listen in our brand new state-of-the-art theater. So without further ado, Mr. Chiavarelli.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is truly a special occasion for our kids because they've worked really hard, and not too many middle schools have what we call a combo. This is a combo. This is the best. These are all students that want to work after school. They're in our normal jazz band, but they want to be here. They rehearse after school in their own time, and it's a smaller band compared to a huge big band. And these kids are just awesome. So we're going to play for you, and then I'll introduce the first song, then mention something real quick about them, and then who's soloing. This first song, we're going to do two songs. The first one is Hustle and Shuffle. It's a blues. It features Trevor McCoy on trombone and Stephen Casimir on saxophone, and then we're going to do one more which will feature everybody, and I'll mention everybody's names after that song. So why don't you hit it, guys? I'm a lucky teacher to have such great students, and this is what we get when we have a magnet school. This kind of talent brought together, this diversity, this beautiful camaraderie that we would never have. And I am just blessed that I teach at such a marvelous school. It's a great principal and a great, great group of individual students and teachers. Without further ado, let me name the band. On tenor sax, our first one, Xavier Johnson. Our other tenor's man is Nico Emery. And the more or less kind of leader of the group is Trevor McCoy on trombone. My marvelous trumpet player, Renisha Johnson on trumpet. Stephen Casimir on alto sax. Mr. Sight Reader, we call him Mr. Sight Reader. He sight reads all kinds. And our rhythm section, our piano player, Andrew Nathanson. Our guitar player, Jenna Kay. We have two drummers. We have Julian Moore, who played right back there. Zane Stewart, who just played on that other one, who will be playing congas now. And the girl who plays all the low notes, Ashley Del Castillo. This last tune we're going to play for you is a standard, and a standard means a tune that jazz musicians have all come to agree upon to learn. And so one of the goals of our after-school combo program is to teach them tunes that when they get out in the real world of music, they'll have a standard repertoire so they can sit in anywhere, go in and sit in anywhere. This is one of those tunes, and this is a tune entitled All of Me. And this features just about everybody, doesn't it? Yeah, just about everybody. No? Yeah, they know more than me. I just kind of guide them, and they lead me. All right, here we go, guys. Trevor, count them off.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thanks again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Good job, percussionists of the world. You're nice. Good job. Good job.
That was a great performance. Thank you very much. Against that was the Creative Performing and Media Arts, and it's a middle school in Claremont, so they're doing a really great job in the arts at that school. Okay. At this point, we have the recognition of the San Diego Unified All Academic Teams, speaking of our students. And we have here Jerry Schnepp, the CIF San Diego Commissioner. And we also have Tricia Link from Mission Federal Credit Union.
Thank you for having us here tonight. Board members and Superintendent Koba, we really appreciate the opportunity to recognize student athletes. We know your time is valuable, and we'll try to do this quickly. Historically, the San Diego CIF section has honored all academic teams from throughout San Diego County and Imperial County. We would select one team from each sport. Thanks to a great new sponsor that we now have, Mission Federal Credit, we are honoring a team from each region of San Diego County and Imperial County. And amazingly, the San Diego Unified School District has 4 teams from our fall sports. So it's a great honor for your kids and teams that we want to recognize here tonight. Rather than moving right into coaches, I'd also like to acknowledge another sponsor that's here with us tonight. Cymer is representing the top scholar athlete from each one of these teams, is specially recognized. It's a junior or senior from each team that we want to give special recognition to. So Cymer and Mission Federal Credit are both here with me tonight, and I'd like to just give them a brief moment to speak on why it's important to them to honor the scholar athletes from your school district. So Tricia Link and Michelle Vavra from Mission Federal and Cymer.
Thank you.
Well, that amazing band is going to be a hard act to follow, so we're not quite as exciting or talented. But I'm Tricia from Mission Federal Credit Union. We started out 52 years ago as a credit union for teachers and administrators. We're now open to everyone who lives, works, or goes to school in San Diego, and our heart is still with education, and we support basically all 42 districts through a variety of scholarship programs and all sorts of great community programs. And when CIF came to us and said, hey, we want to recognize our academic athletic all-stars, I said, of course, because a bazillion years ago, I myself was a high school athlete and scholar, and I know how hard it is to juggle both. And the skills that they learn during this process of juggling all of that are the life skills that are going to take them so far in their careers and their life. So I applaud all of the students. I'm so proud of you tonight, and Mission Fed just says a big congratulations to all of you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Vavra, and I'm the University Relations Manager at Cymer. Cymer is a semiconductor equipment manufacturer here in San Diego. We're 27 years old. We have roots in San Diego, so our founders went to UC San Diego, are from San Diego, and our current president is from San Diego. So similarly to what Tricia said, we couldn't be happier to be rewarding these students who have both excelled on the court and in the classroom. Again, moving forward to my job, hiring them someday. Those types of balancing skill sets are really important. So if you're out there, I'll be watching you when you go to college and hiring you as an intern. So again, from Cymer, congratulations, and we're very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do, and we'll do this quickly, is bring the principal, if they're here, the coach up, and the students from each school. Have the coach introduce the students. I think it'd be great if we could hold our applause till the team is completely introduced, so we applaud for them as a team, because as you'll hear, these grade point averages that are cumulative for each student and as a group, it's very impressive. So let's start with the Madison High boys cross country team. Principal Richard Nash and Coach Lisa Granger. Boys, you can all come up also, please. So I'll let you take these. Actually, everyone but this one. And you can give them to them afterwards.
Richard Nash sends his regards. He's very proud of you guys. Okay, I would like to present the boys cross country team. I'm going to start with my seniors. Elijah Rickert. He is the Cymer Scholar, highest cumulative GPA. Gentlemen, why don't you step forward when I say your name? Justin Kirk, our team captain. Jose Hernandez, our lead runner this year. Calvin Ancori, our team spirit captain, we can say. For juniors, unfortunately, Regan Pijak is on a field trip today, but I wanted to acknowledge him regardless. Ian Gallinado. Wesley Kirk, grade 10, is unfortunately not here today. He's at a tennis match tonight. And our lone freshman, Alex Hershey. Congratulations, gentlemen.
So as Coach Granger said, the Cymer Scholar is Elijah Rickert, whose grade point average is 4.28, but as a team, their cumulative grade point average was 3.64. Great job. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'd like to next ask the Scripps Ranch girls tennis team to come up. Principal Ann Mena and Coach Anderson.
On behalf of the Scripps Ranch High School women's tennis team, thank you for having us here today. And I'd also like to thank our coach, Coach Anderson, as well as our coach Batchelor, who isn't here today, and also our principal, Mrs. Mena. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Anderson, happy to represent Scripps Ranch High, and really happy to introduce my wonderful scholars here and varsity tennis players. First of all, missing today, unfortunately, is our freshman Isabel Lee. And then also we have freshman Prajwala Vaskin. And for our sophomores, we have Annie Andrasian. And we have Cami Garcia. Raise your hand, girls. And also we have Rami Ha, Lauren Harris. And our 11th graders are Sabrina Lee. And Jackie Lim is not here today. And our senior, Nadia Abregia. And another junior, Carly Hampshire, who is also receiving the Semper Scholar Award today. Congratulations.
Okay, the cumulative grade point average for the Scripps Ranch tennis team was 3.67, and Carly Nicole Hampshire, GPA, the Cymer Scholar, of 4.5. Next, we have the Point Loma High boys water polo team. Principal Barbara Hamilton and Coach Jerry Rich. How you doing?
Good, how are you? Thank you. Doing nice.
Coach She can give those to him afterwards, but go ahead.
The team is made up of with our seniors, Christopher Black, who isn't here today. I don't know. Jessica Broom. Maybe I'll wait. Senior Matt Butcher. Junior Chris Cowan. Senior Max Dobner. Senior Casey Dring. Anthony's not here. Anthony Ferris is not here today, or Miles, or Elijah. I know. But we have several that are involved in other sports and weren't able to come. Grant Lilly, Jr. Hi, come on down. Junior Daniel Morrow. Sorry about that. Brett Stewart, our goalie, and Riley Wood, and important one, Mr. Brandon Lazar, who's our Cymer Award winner.
So the Point Loma boys water polo team had a cumulative GPA of 3.45, and Brandon Lazar's grade point average is 4.6. He's our Cymer Scholar. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, boy, did.
And finally, La Jolla High School field hockey. Are you here? Okay, great. La Jolla High School Principal Dana Shelbourne, and I'll state their GPAs before they come up as they work their way up here. The La Jolla field hockey team had a cumulative GPA of 3.7. Is your coach here? Okay, great.
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
I'm going to hold it?
Sorry. I had to bring my assistant coach, sorry. And my other one up there. First and foremost, thank you so much for having us. We're really feel very honored to spend this night with you. I'm truly proud of our student athletes here on the La Jolla field hockey team. I'll quickly run through the names. Charlotte Hathaway, Kat Cottrell, Courtney Young, Emily Young, Veronica Gonzalez, Mackenzie Pringle, Katie Harmeyer, Lauren Robbins, and Allie Tanner. Allie Dowd, sorry. I just wanted to say that Emily Young is our Cymer winner, and we're very proud of her GPA. So they had a great season, and they worked very hard. Thank you very much.
So again, 3.67 as a team. Great job, girls. And Emily, 4.67 is our Cymer Scholar. Thank you. Again, I just want to thank the board and Superintendent Koba for giving us this opportunity to recognize these kids. They're truly a credit to themselves, their parents, their school districts, and community. So thank you, and congratulations, kids.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry. And also thank you to Tricia and Michelle for coming here for your organizations. Okay, so we're seeing a lot about what's going on with our students. At this point, as we move along in the agenda, we're going to have from the superintendent's information reports now.
Thank you, President Evans. I'm going to suggest to Superintendent Martin that she put some distance between herself and the kids when it comes to these announcements, because I could never top them between CPMA and that terrific jazz combo. And I'm keeping score from 4.5 to 4.6 to 4.67. The scholar athlete is alive and well in San Diego Unified, clearly with the young people we just saw. I have one management appointment tonight, and that's Cindy Martin to Superintendent Designate, effective the 1st of April 2013 through June the 30th, 2013. I will proceed with my information report, a biweekly update to the board, staff, and community. We've just passed through the annual celebration of reading and the wonderful works of Dr. Seuss, and many other authors have focused their time in literacy efforts for our young people. I had the opportunity to go to a couple of schools at Lindbergh Schweitzer Elementary and Fay Elementary late February, early March. I've been asked before, what's the best part of this job? And it's being on the campuses and clearly crowded with third, fourth graders, whatever grade it is, enjoying a good book. It's just a wonderful experience, and I was thrilled to be out there. Regrettably, I had about 8 or 9 invitations, but could only balance to a couple based on scheduling. But the kids were terrific. The teachers and staff and principal were also very, very supportive of literacy, and it's obviously every year when we do this, it's a wonderful event. Talk about some community partnering. We had a meeting on the 4th of March. I was joined by our facilities leadership, Phil Stover, Lee Dugeroff, and also Trustee Scott Barnett, to explore a extended, in-depth partnership with the YMCA leadership. Baron Herlin, the executive director for the greater YMCA community, and some of his staff were with us to look at what we can do to identify opportunities whereby the YMCA and the school district could come together in a effective way of sharing property and facilities. The possibility of looking at locations across the district where we could have YMCA pool and fitness facilities of some good fit on a given campus and a given part of our district come together. It's an exploratory area, but very excited about where we could go with it. You noted we celebrated water polo among the recognition tonight, yet this district only has one pool within proximity for use, and yet many, many high school sports that are forced for a lack of facilities to look elsewhere to borrow, lease, rent as they can aquatic facilities. So I'm hopeful that we'll make much of this partnership with the YMCA. Also had another partnership activity I want to give kudos to, and that's UCSD has had a couple of years now of alignment with us, going to Lincoln High School to do a college awareness event. And I had the honor and privilege of introducing the relatively new Chancellor, Pridep Khosla, and some of his staff. These are events where we have one of our highly esteemed local universities come to talk to staff, students, and parents about the wonders and opportunities of college, and to demystify those concerns or hurdles that are perceived to be that this college is not for me and its college is not affordable. So I thought it was a very positive night to share with the audience, and then to field questions and have testimony from students that are there today about the college experience. I only wish we could clone more of these events on a more regular basis across the entire district, but it was also another very positive come together. I also was out visiting schools as part of the regular campus tour around, and great irony is that I happened to be walking around E.B. Scripps Elementary with a retiring principal, and made a short commute over to D. Portola Middle School, and I just appointed that principal, brand new, first assignment as the leader of the campus, and kind of a juxtaposition between touring the campuses. Obviously, both administrators very proud of their work, but at different points in their career. The last thing I want to mention is that President Evans and I, Superintendent-designate Cindy Martin, as well as Bernie Reines and our Chief of Staff, are all fresh back from Washington, D.C. We started in Washington about 5 o'clock this morning, and this was as a result of going to the annual Council of Great City Schools Legislative Affairs Gathering. It happens every March. This is an opportunity to talk to other large urban districts and to receive briefings from various members, both at Department Department of Education, and this year Department of Justice, because of the aftermath of the Sandy Hook tragedy. And we cover a range of issues dealing with Title I, sequestration, campus security, and so on and so forth. And I think one of the highlights is Secretary of Education Arne Duncan was the lunchtime speaker on Sunday, sharing with us his perspective on where we are at the federal level, especially at this juncture, the starting point of the President's second term in office. So good information, good networking connections, and a whole lot more to consider with regards to the council gathering. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Now we will have a point on the agenda for board information reports. We have quite a few items, so if anybody wants to speak at this point, I will pass, and the Superintendent has already addressed some of the issues I've been dealing with the last few days. Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, President Evans. I had a chance, as Superintendent Koba mentioned, to read to the students at Garfield and Fay Elementary Schools this past week. And one of the things that I thought was significant was I read to classes of kindergarten, first, and second graders, but they were already engaged in discussions about preventing bullying. It's clearly something that, Deputy Superintendent Meyer and the task force have started to embed into the culture, and it's making its way all the way to our youngest students. Books like The Sneetches by Dr. Seuss and books that are specific about bullying really very much engage those young people, and it's something that they can relate to, and it provokes deep thought. And then on Thursday evening, I had a chance to attend a performance, a play at the Ion Theater in Hillcrest, where a group of young people, including one middle school student from our district, performed a play called Punk Rock, which is about an incident of school violence occurring in England. But again, very much on the theme of taking seriously. We had the folks here tonight about the trauma-informed schools, taking very seriously that issue and having real discussions about it, so I appreciated that. And then I joined Vice President Beiser and Deputy Superintendent Stover Saturday night for really the event of the year every year, which is our honors all-star orchestra and concert band concert at Symphony Hall, and I'm sure Kevin will talk more about that. Just fantastic.
Okay, Ms. Foster.
So I've had the pleasure to participate in Read Across America through Zamorano School in my area. And so I read to some of the children there and really celebrated Dr. Seuss and was able to participate in a mini judging where students also designed their doors based on Dr. Seuss. And it was pretty impossible to judge because everything was stellar. It was a really great experience. And then also I had the opportunity to participate in Project Ujima's hosting and presenting of and celebrating the Montfort Port Marines. And so you'll hear a little bit about them later through a proclamation, but it really was something to behold, an historical event in our city, but to be hosted at Valencia Park Elementary School with original members of the Montfort Port Marines living right here in San Diego. So thank you for that presentation and collaboration in our community in San Diego Unified. And then also, I also attended the presentation of the play called No Child, and at our last board meeting we had a little excerpt from the play, but I don't know if it was mentioned that it's based on No Child Left Behind. And so what was quite evident is that this teacher in the play had the will to deal with many children that were experiencing trauma and look past their faults, if you will, to see their need. And so, as we know, there are many challenges with No Child Left Behind, but the essence of it, to leave no child behind, is our charge still today. So, it was a great experience, and I'll leave it at that because we'll talk a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Beiser.
A couple things real quick. Friday joined Representative Susan Davis for a visit to Angier Elementary School. Had the thrill of reading to some elementary or some kindergarten class there, and then they sang me the Cha-Cha-Cha Happy Birthday song. So that was the highlight of my day. I was proud to be joined with Area Superintendent Marion Phelps and the new principal there, Andrew Gugurich, who in the last year and a half has just done amazing things at that school. And that's a very important visit for Susan Davis because it's 75% military enrollment, and there's a lot of support services that are being really severely hit with the sequestration concern. And so hopefully we can try to level our heads will prevail for more of a balanced approach so those kids can get the services that they need. Then Friday evening was happy to join Trustee Marnie Foster at the African American Association of Educators annual banquet there where we presented Dr. Shirley Weber and the AAAE with a proclamation from this school board recognizing them for their work changing the trajectory of so many thousands of countless lives in our San Diego. And then as Trustee Barrera had mentioned, Saturday night had just a blast at Copley Symphony Hall where we were there to observe our kids. The San Diego Unified High School Honor Concert had a great conversation with the San Diego Symphony director, Jia Ling, and he is very, very impressed and proud of the fact that even in these difficult budget times, we have kept music in all of our schools in San Diego Unified, and he's just thrilled that we're continuing on that to have that as a criteria and priority for our budget and our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barnett.
Well, first of all, I'm a little disappointed that Vice President Beiser didn't mention that his board colleagues sang the Happy Birthday Cha-Cha-Cha song to him before the meeting. But I guess it didn't come up to the same level of excitement. Our new superintendent designate has already been very busy visiting schools and music programs, and she's already visited the Point Loma cluster and the Mission Bay cluster, and will be visiting the Kearney cluster this Thursday at 4:30, and then the La Jolla cluster on the 21st at 4 o'clock. And I am sure the fact that these all happen to be within my subdistrict doesn't indicate any preference on the superintendent designate's board members.
Just a little concern.
Okay.
We'll address that later.
Although Kearney
big concern.
The Kearney does have the unique distinction of being represented by 3 board members, Mr. Beiser and Mr. Evans as well. I wanted to point out, because a couple items on the consent calendar which we won't be discussing, is the approval of a proclamation recognizing Crown Point's 65th anniversary and the Crown Point Junior Music Academy, which is a wonderful magnet school. And also wanted to point out that their farmers market will be starting at Mission Bay High this Saturday, and that will raise funds to assist Mission Bay High, and that's put on by the Alumni Association. And lastly, you all will notice that at the board's direction that the minutes and agendas of the various advisory committees are now part of the board's agenda, and this is part of the board's process to make sure the issues and concerns that they have are right on the public agenda for board members and the public to review. So thank you. And happy birthday again, Mr. Beiser, and I won't sing to you.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you on both accounts.
Okay. We're now moving to the adoption of the agenda. I would like to move up one item H7, regarding the appointment of the superintendent before the other items.
So moved.
Okay, please vote on the agenda. Okay, then we will move to item H7, which is the employment contract for the district superintendent of the San Diego Unified School District. I just want to make a couple of comments, and then we will have public comments, as long as I have the right papers in front of me. First of all, this is an opportunity for the public to weigh in on the board's intent to hire Cindy Martin as the next superintendent of San Diego Unified School District. A couple of weeks ago, we learned of the retirement of Bill Koba, and we very much appreciate the work that he has put in all his 7 years here at San Diego Unified in various capacities, including being in the superintendent's seat for the last 4 years. And one of the things we've pointed out, he's brought a lot of stability to the district. He's shepherded the district through a very difficult financial time. And at this point, we decided, we sometimes make non-traditional appointments. At this time, we decided we were going to name an educator at the helm of the school district, because we are really going to have a much stronger instructional focus in our district as the finances gradually improve. We're really focused on our Vision 2020, our community-based school reform model. The board has been operating on this in the last few years, and we intend to do that, and this is the reason why we don't look outside and bring someone else in with completely different ideas who might throw out what we're already working on. We want a quality school in every neighborhood, and this is going to include a focus on student achievement, on the effectiveness of teachers in the classroom, and on a lot of community involvement. And it became very clear to us, if we're focusing on a quality school in every neighborhood, why not name a principal who has really represented what we want across the district in terms of having a quality school in the neighborhood. She's been the principal of Central Elementary for the past few years, which is a challenging school. She went in there where there's 100% Title I, 85% of the students' first language is not English, meaning only 15% of the students are arriving at school fluent in English. So there are a lot of challenges there, but she's really looked at the whole child, establishing health centers, various other things on the campus. I was just talking to her a couple of days ago about the third grade camping trip that she organizes, where she takes the entire third grade out to a park to camp for a couple of days, and she gets community involvement and support and secures funding and something that includes every single child. So she's really looking at the whole child. And we wanted someone who would be a dynamic leader, a good spokesperson for what we're doing in the district, both within and outside of the district. And another reason we were able to move very rapidly on this is because we believe very strongly in the team that we have in place in San Diego. Thanks to the stability that Superintendent Koba has established during these last few years, we have a great team. It's particularly with our Deputy Superintendent of Academics, Nellie Meyer, who has been leading up that front. There's going to be a lot more for her to do now as we have an instructional focus in the district. We're going to be really ramping up a lot. You're going to be hearing things about Common Core and other terms like this that the public hasn't heard about very much. But we're really moving in San Diego and across the nation to more of a globally competitive educational system. So we're going to have much higher standards, and much more is going to be required of our teachers and our principals and ultimately of our students too. So another reason for the very rapid appointment was the very quick consensus on the board. You can go again outside and interview all kinds of people, but when you see people on the ground who are doing the work, that's what we want. And we just want to reiterate that she's coming into place with a very strong team, with Deputy Superintendent Meyer and also Deputy Superintendent Stover, the area superintendents, the principals, teachers. All of us are going to be working together on our Vision 2020. Another advantage of us moving at this point is we're going to have a much longer transition period than we normally have from one superintendent to another. As a very dedicated principal, it's a little hard for Cindy Martin to give up the work that she's been dedicated to at Central Elementary, but she will wrap up her sort of full-time capacities there during the month of March, and then in April begin transitioning and working alongside the superintendent, being oriented and learning everything about the district. But as Trustee Barnett pointed out, one of the main things she will be doing is really getting out in the community. She's already been to a few cluster meetings, and she's going to make it to many more, but all types of community events, really listening to our constituents, to our students, to our parents about what we want, so that we can really hit the ground running on July 1st when she becomes the superintendent. So at this point, is there a motion before I have the public testimony?
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the employment contract for the district superintendent of the San Diego Unified School District, Cindy Martin. We have several people who have asked to speak. Lee Bui, David Lopez, and Cecilia Estrada. We have quite a few people, so I would ask you if, are you able to make it for a minute and a half? It has to be 1 minute or 2 minutes. Okay, well, what we're going to do, I'm going to ask you to speak for 1 minute. There will be a yellow light for the second minute, so please wrap up as quickly as you can when the yellow light comes on for 2 minutes.
I'll try to speak very quickly. My name is Lei Bui. I'm a third grade teacher at Central Elementary School. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak in support of Cindy Martin. It is difficult to talk positively about Cindy Martin. It's hard because there's so many areas to talk about where she's made a positive impact. I could talk about how Cindy has helped me to grow to become a better teacher through the years. I could talk about how there's almost no turnover of staff at Central despite a large teacher pool because everyone feels honored to work there. I could talk about how she personally drove a student home day after day for most of the school year to ensure that that student did not have to move to yet another school due to family circumstances. However, I'd like to mention 3 concrete examples, aside from academics, where Cindy had made tangible differences that everyone can come to our school to see. For decades, the kids used to play soccer at recess on what I call the Dust Bowl. Not a day went by when someone didn't get cut or scrapes from falling on the rocks and pebbles while chasing the ball. At the end of recess, the kids' faces were a mixture of sweat, dirt, and tears. I dreamed that one day somehow we would have enough in our budget for a grass field. The kids deserved one. The price tag of $250,000 made that dream seem like just mere wishful thinking. But somehow, through wheeling and dealing and negotiating and cajoling, Cindy made it come true. Now the kids not only can play soccer in the field, they can even just roll around in it the way kids like to do. Cindy also connected with the Bikes for Kids Foundation to donate a bike for every third graders at Central as part of the Our Dream Big campaign. The kids write essays describing their dreams for themselves, for others, or for the world at large. They leave for the winter holiday vacation with one huge, unforgettable present. Cindy worked hard to partner with the Jared Meeker Foundation to give every third graders at Central the opportunity to go camping every summer. Our students discover a world beyond the dense urban environment that they live in. They connect with the natural world through ranger-led hikes, learn about the native Kumeyaay culture, learn about composting food waste, plant a tree, view planets in the night sky through telescopes. Above all, they experience what it's like to be away from home for the first time.
Okay, it's difficult to say everything, and it's also difficult for me to cut you off. You can say one more sentence to wrap up.
Okay. I along with the rest of the staff at Central, I'm honored to share Cindy with the rest of the district, and parents can rest assured that she does nothing as an educator without the well-being of the children in mind. So I congratulate the board for having made a wise decision.
Thank you.
Superintendent Koba, Board President Evans, board members. My name is David Lopez, and I am the Executive Director of Teach for America San Diego. However, I am primarily here as an alum of the district and the proud uncle of several nieces and nephews who attend local schools, including Jennifer, who is a rising sophomore at Mission Bay High. From the moment I met Cindy Martin, she has proven herself to be an honest, kind, and competent leader with an unwavering commitment to an excellent education for every child. The way she created a true example of community-based reform at Central Elementary speaks volumes for her ability to manage a team towards a vision and to attract additional resources from the community for the benefit of those at her school, which includes her students, their parents, her faculty, and staff. But you'll never hear Cindy take credit for it. As I'm sure all of you have already experienced, Cindy never speaks about accomplishments without acknowledging the contributions of her team and the people that she learned from. I believe the students, parents, faculty, and staff of this district will greatly benefit from having this outstanding leader at the helm. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Coba and board members. My name is Cecilia Estrada, and I'm a former elementary school principal from this district. I work with Price Charities, and because of that, I have a program at Central for the last 3 years, working directly with parents. The first thing that I noticed that was unique to Central was the confidence that the parents have in coming to the school. The environment and the climate that has been created there by Cindy and her team is one that is welcoming and inviting. And because of that, you see the parents really stepping forward. There is no community liaison or parent helper there. So, as a result, the parents themselves have organized themselves. So they have taken the lead in establishing programs there and establishing whatever needs to be done, they're there to help. That's because the doors were open really wide, and if you open those doors wide, the parents will come, as they have at Central. I've also noticed the leadership and the initiative within these parents. Because there's no one there to lead them and guide them, they do it themselves. With my program that has now ended because of funding, the school then took the program over as a parent teaching parents program. There was no hesitation by their parents to step up to the plate and come to the training workshops and present the workshops to other parents throughout the school year. In fact, they've done a really good job of doing that. And lastly, there is so much pride in that community and with those parents because of the fact that their school is achieving, because of the fact that they have gained the leadership and the doors open to them. And so that you see that the pride that they have, not only because their principal will become a superintendent, which is really something to be proud of, but because, as Cindy mentioned to them, it is because of you and your efforts and what you've done to this school that we were using it as a model throughout the district. So I know that this will continue throughout the district under her leadership. And Superintendent Coba, I want to thank you for your valiant leadership throughout your tenure here. Thank you.
Thank you. Lawrence Zucker, Kristen Stacy, Jennifer Carpenter, and Wendy Marticorena.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Stacy, and I've had the honor of working at Central Elementary alongside Cindy Martin for 10 years now. Now, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I want to publicly endorse your appointment of Cindy Martin as superintendent. Cindy Martin's role at Central Elementary is much more than an educator-administrator. She realized very early on that the success of Central would rely not only on the expertise of her staff, but also on a combined community effort. She worked hard to be approachable and a trustworthy community leader. She reached out to the community, and as a result, everyone involved has benefited. You can feel it at Central, whether it's Family Friday, Dad's Club, a dance recital, a camping trip. The community is actively involved and committed to ensuring their child's success. Cindy hasn't just contributed to a more beautiful world. Her investment and the efforts from the community have resulted in measurable educational success. Thank you very much.
My name is Jen Carpenter, and I've worked with Cindy Martin since the day we both began at Central 10 years ago. I am here to tell you a story illustrating one of the many reasons Cindy is an absolutely inspired choice for our next superintendent. Cindy knows that taking care of her employees has a direct and positive impact on student achievement, that there is indeed a strong and meaningful link. Cindy knows that the Central students receive their best when their teachers are at their best. She wisely believes that stable staffing is important for all children's academic achievement. Through extraordinary measures, she has been able to care for and stabilize her staff. 3 years ago, looking down a staff roster with an overwhelming number of employees in and approaching parenting age, Cindy needed to devise a way to eliminate staff turnover after childbirth. She courageously embarked on a project to open an on-site employee daycare center so that our young staff could maintain their commitment and their passion to educate Central students while also raising their own young infants and toddlers. Cindy saw that great teachers also want to be equally great mommies and daddies, and that there should not be a struggle between those roles. Cindy also knew that her efforts to stabilize staffing would all be for naught if her teachers left their classrooms to raise their children. By opening the center, Cindy broke the trend of new mom flight from our school. My family and 10 other Central teachers' families and 30 families of employees district-wide have utilized the daycare services with the potential to benefit so many more as the years go on. I am one of the many who stayed teaching in the classroom as a new mom, and I plan to return quickly to my classroom again after my second child is born later this year. Because of the support of the daycare, that's why I'm going to return. We are really in an envious situation at Central. The daycare provides conveniences and a peace of mind that really do allow us to have the best of both worlds for our careers and for our families. And Cindy, she provided us with that.
Thank you.
My name is Wendy Marty Carrena, and I'm a teacher at Central Elementary as well. There are many reasons why we have seen so much success and growth at Central over the past 10 years with Cindy Martin. One of those reasons is something that Cindy has valued so much, and that is a strong and stable staff. In the time that Cindy has been at Central, she has worked tirelessly to train and maintain a core group of staff which create what we like to call the Central family. Cindy has done this by creating conditions at our school in which employees are happy and feel valued and appreciated. I personally have taught at Central for the past 8 years. In that time, I have been almost laid off 3 times. Thanks to Cindy, I've never felt that I was going through this process alone. These layoffs usually affect a significant percentage of our teaching staff at Central. The stable staff Cindy has worked so hard to create and maintain has been constantly challenged. Throughout these multiple layoffs, Cindy was always by our side, every step of the way, constantly advocating for what was right, a stable staff for our children, and the class sizes that work for our community. Since she has lived this process alongside us, she will now be the kind of leader who keenly understands how district-level decisions impact individual lives. Cindy lived the layoff process with us time and time again and has made us feel cared for even when she couldn't change the outcome immediately. She continuously advocated for us because she knows what is at stake, personally for the employee and largely for the school affected. Never before have I had an employer who made me feel more valued and respected than Cindy does. As we move forward as a district and bring in our new superintendent, we are fortunate. We are all fortunate to work for someone who values her employees so much and works every day in ways to let them know it. Cindy's leadership has built me up and made me more secure, which has made me a better teacher. Stable staffs are the right thing for all neighborhood schools and their employees. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Sucker. I'm a concerned husband and parent who has a vested interest in the San Diego Unified School District. My wife has been with the district for over 15 years as a teacher and an ELST. I have 3 children, 2, 5, and 6. The 6-year-old is currently a first grader in the district, and the others are waiting in the wings. Approximately 5 years ago, my wife needed a change, accepted a position at Central as the ELST under Cindy Martin. As expected, she was both excited and nervous. Prior to taking the job, my wife confided in one of her mentors, who's Central's VP at the time. Spoke with various other people in the district, all about school personnel and what goes on there. One common thread amongst the person my wife spoke to was Principal Cindy Martin was amazing and that she did good things. At the end of each day, my wife and I often speak, as many couples do, about what went on, basically what happened at school that day. And on any given night, I met with her and she said regarding planning or testing, I met with so-and-so regarding this. I met with Cindy regarding a variety of tasks, as you could probably imagine. However, I began to notice there was a topic that was trending, and it always ended with, she does great things. I never really thought much about it, but I'm happy that my wife was supported, enjoyed working with Cindy. In this challenged year, about 1.5 years ago, my son excuse me.
Take your time.
My son, who has Down syndrome, has been a part of the San Diego Unified School District since he was 18 months old. He started taking the bus to school early in the program at the early Alcott Elementary. When it came time to send him to kindergarten, we were excited for his new journey and thought everything was in place. Well, come to find out it wasn't. Our IEP was a mess, the transportation wasn't there, and we were devastated, extremely disappointed in the district. Cindy, hearing of our problem, reached out to us. She invited our son to join his mom at Central. I was very skeptical, hesitant at first. Why was she doing this? Cindy came to my house on a Sunday morning. We sat down and met for a little over an hour. She told me of her brother who has special needs, her family difficulties, and triumphs over the year. We discussed my son's future, what his goals or dreams were, and how he'd embark on his education career. Cindy didn't have to do this, but she did. Upon the conclusion of that meeting, I knew from that moment Cindy not only had the best interest of my son in mind, but also the interest of students at the school and throughout the district. We enrolled my son at Central. Cindy rallied her troops around the school, and by November, we had a game plan in place. Going into Christmas break, my son was on track with multiple options to put his needs first. According to the new plan, my wife and I were to meet several principals, potential schools where our son could attend. During the course of discussion with one of the principals, Cindy's name came up. The principal knew nothing of our relationship with Cindy, only that my son may be attending her school. The principal stated that she knew Cindy, had kind words to say about her, and on more than one occasion stated she does great things. As you can imagine, over the past 15 years, I've heard the good, the bad, the ugly, and from numerous sources regarding the district. One constant that stood in my mind and always made me scratch my head is why the district goes beyond its borders of San Diego in search for the next best thing. And more often than not, it's a wild goose chase resulting in over-expenditure of funds and failure to solve the problems. Last week, I received a text from my wife while she was with friends. Text read, "Cindy is the new superintendent of San Diego Unified, just announced." Naturally, my first thought was, bring me home some food. But after a couple minutes, it brought a smile to my face. The future looks bright for our kids. My son is in good hands. The board found someone who knows the children of the district and who will fight for what his best interests are. Someone who does great things. Today it's been my pleasure to speak on Cindy's behalf. Today I can honestly say the board has done something good.
Okay, we have a few more people who would like to speak. Ruth Modesto, Don Taylor, and Michael Snyder. Are any of those here now?
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ruth Modesto.
Good afternoon, my name is Ruth Modesto.
Es un honor para mí estar aquí y hablar de la señora Miss Martin, porque ella ha sido la mejor maestra y principal que he conocido.
It is an honor for me to be here and to speak about Miss Martin because she's the best principal I have ever known.
Conozco a ella por durante 8 años.
I've known her during the last 8 years.
Mi hijo Josué Villegas y Daniel Villegas y ahora Daisy Villegas han asistido a Central Elementary.
My son José Villegas, Daniel Villegas, and Daisy Villegas have been attending Central Elementary.
And just I want to say thanks to Miss Martin because I'm a single mom. It's hard for me to take care of those 3 kids. And I remember when Daniel, he wants to speak with somebody, Miss Martin is always there. When I need to speak, Miss Martin is always there. Y le agradezco por todo el esfuerzo y la dedicación que ha puesto en la escuela central.
I thank her for all the effort and dedication she has put into Central Elementary.
La educación que le ha dado a nuestros hijos. Me encanta cuando involucra a todos los padres y familias en los Family Fridays.
The education and everything that she gives to the kids, I really like when she involves all the parents really good in a very well manner in the Family Fridays.
Pienso que ella va a ser una de las mejores líderes y es una de las mejores líderes que vamos a tener ahora como superintendente.
I think she will be, and she is already a fabulous leader, and she's going to be a very good superintendent.
Voy a compartir una historia bien rapidito.
I'm going to share a story very, very quickly.
Recuerdo que Daniel, cuando estaba en Central, porque ahorita asiste a la Wilson Middle School.
When Daniel was in Central, now she's in Wilson.
Ellos les encanta el soccer y la escuela tenía arena.
They like very much soccer, and the school had just like ground.
Y la semana pasada fuimos a levantar a Daisy y miré que Daniel corrió ahora el pasto nuevo que pusieron y empezó a dar vueltas y vueltas, so happy in there.
So now they went to pick up their sister, and he just went running because he wanted to run around and jump on the new turf, and he was very happy.
And I said, Daniel, what are you doing? It's so wet. And then he said, I don't care, Mom, I'm so happy for this. So ella está haciendo realmente un buen trabajo.
So she's really doing a very great job, a very good job.
Just I want to say thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Don Taylor. I want to share a little bit about when I first came to Detroit Elementary School. After we came to Detroit, I was worried about how we can communicate with the school staff and how the staff and the other kids will react to us knowing that I'm deaf mother with 2 wonderful boys, one with multiple special needs. This wonderful woman, Cindy Martin, greeted us like we were no different than others and treated us with a smile, a warm welcome, also made us feel right at home. Detroit Elementary had been a second home to us since 2010. Miss Martin has been at Trust Nursery with many things that she had overseen all of my boys and other children need, including myself as a step parent, with translation service and most other parents with different language. Although she kept us parents in the loop with all the activity and the update with school during our family Friday, she listened to what or how parents would say this session. She was adjusting to meet parents and children's comfort and need. I love the way she approached with open mind and heart, warm and concerning to a child with need. She listened and invited what the best ways they should do or don't do. She strongly believed in our children and kept the school safe with good influence on the school, with supported, encouraged children to stand strong to let their dream come true. Be successful, don't give up, like the school motto, work hard, be kind, dream big, and know it's worth it. She kindly reminded all the children and encouraged them to keep up with the education. She worked hard to provide what special needs. She went to media, backing, scoreboard, and studied digitally. She stood up and fought that what our children need. If she didn't succeed, she didn't give up. She kept on fighting until she got what she believed in for our children. She also had some students that came with her a few times to give the kids a chance to speak their own words, their own belief about what they need to be heard for their classmates and themselves. They get to experience and to feel and see what it's like to do what they most believe in. If it wasn't for Miss Martin's hard work, our children would not be happy as they are now.
Thank you very much for all of those comments from the public. Any board member comments? I think a lot has been said already. Mr. Barnett.
We've had a chance to talk when we had our press conference, and we've had lots of media, but haven't had a chance to talk at a meeting where this has been on the agenda. And I've had a lot of questions, certainly, as to how I made the decision, and I'd like to talk about a couple of things. I think it's fair to say that Central has really been the ground zero of educational reform and community-based schooling in San Diego. And under the leadership of Mrs. Martin, it's been iconic in that way and also shown academic growth can happen in any school in the district. We've also heard a lot of amazing stories about Ms. Martin. And I think it is fair to, and I have, as we all do, several of our own. And it's true, Ms. Martin is a nice person, a sweet person, a kind person. But I will tell all of you out here and our employees and the parents that Ms. Martin has a backbone of steel. And that backbone, I'm confident, will be used when it comes to the issues of recommending to us what is the best for kids, first and foremost, and fighting for that. And if anyone, any group, any organization tries to obstruct that, I believe she will become a mother bear to the 120,000 plus kids in this district and fight for the kids. Some of the amazing things I've heard from people are words like inspired by Ms. Martin, excited, phrases I haven't heard a lot of from parents, teachers, others while I've been on the school board regarding a lot of things, because it's been difficult times. And one little story of one employee who works for the district has worked in a number of elementary schools on facilities needs and issues. And this employee, after she read about our appointment of Ms. Martin, emailed me and said, you know, and wanted to help, get involved in the district, and help outside of the job she's doing to help the district other ways. And I said, well, why? What is it about Ms. Martin? And she said, something about when she was at her school and met her and talked to her and saw that she was inspired to make it the best facilities job she's done in all the schools. Not to say she didn't work hard, but she had this extra inspiration that came from what's happening at Central. And it's hard to find leaders who are truly inspiring through their example. And I'm confident that Ms. Martin is. I'll say also, as a parent, but not an educator, a parent of kids who've been in the district 13 years, I've been fortunate to learn more about education, first and foremost from our Deputy Superintendent, Nellie Meyer, who has educated me, helped me, and focus on the important issues that's come before the board to help me make a better decision. And I've also relied on other principals and teachers and Ms. Martin. So we do have a lot of very valuable people here. But I think of what we haven't had is clear, absolute, laser-like focus and putting aside everything else that diverts resources, diverts time, diverts energy to doing what's best for kids. And lastly, I know you all of my colleagues in the public probably would be surprised when I say that I can be a little cynical about government and politics and motivations and all that. And having been in this business for 30 years, it's easy to be. But I will say, Ms. Martin, that yes, I will use the word hope, that your appointment to this board gives me true, genuine hope that we will be able to replicate what's happened at Central and a number of our very excellent schools across this district under your leadership. And I, for one, and this board member, am pledging to you that I will back you up when you have to make the tough decisions, when you have to make the tough budgetary recommendations, the tough curriculum recommendations, the tough personnel decisions that are going to come with this job. And they will be difficult. And I am pledging and my full support, knowing that you will put our children first. And I look forward to voting on this contract and working with Mrs. Martin. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no more comments, please vote. Congratulations, Ms. Martin. Congratulations to all of us. I think one of the things that's very clear in her leadership, we do not have a community-based reform plan that is based on one person. It is based on a team, as we've been talking about, and this is the team that she is going to lead, so we really appreciate that. Okay, let's continue on our agenda, going back to item E1, the superintendent's consent agenda. Let me see if there are any public comments on these items first before we discuss polling items. For E? Okay, Christy Williams, Joni Collins, and Citizen. Yes. Go ahead, Joni. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Koba, and Mr. Stover, and Nellie Myers, and Ms. Ward, and our general counsel, and everybody. Anyway, I'm here to speak on, I think the agenda item was E13, I believe, the paper. And I'm Joni Collins, and my information's on file. I'm here representing California School Employees Association, and I just wanted to wholeheartedly support the paper. And just a brief history for for Ms. Foster, and maybe a refresher for the board members. In 2009 is when the paper was brought back into the warehouse with the help of Drew Rollins and Art Hamby in the contracts office, and I guess it was a substantial savings at the time. And since 2009, it continues to be more of a savings. I think the case was maybe a $2 savings, and now we're at over $8 for a case of papers. And when you recognize the central offices and the many school sites that we serve, that's a lot of paper. And so I definitely applaud this. It makes good business sense. And what I'm asking tonight from the board and the contracts office is I believe that there are more line items, the universal products that we can look at. Paper, towels, toilet paper, pencils, that we can bring into the warehouse and then bring out of the warehouse. This is done by our truck drivers, our stock clerks. It would be more of a central, like a distribution central warehouse, not staying in the warehouse, but going in and out. And I need support because we've been asking for this, we've been working towards this, and the amount of savings that's in the paper, I'm confident that there's more items that we can bring back in the warehouse to save the school district and also our school sites. So I would ask your support, and we welcome the work. It says on the agenda item that the impact would be under distribution services. We welcome it. We want to bring the work back in the house and cut out costly contracts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers on these items? Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, is there any item that you wish to pull? Okay. Move the consent agenda. Seconded by Mr. Beiser. Please vote. Okay, the consent agenda is approved 5-0. We will now go to Channel 1 presentation demonstration with Channel 1 Network. Mr. Koba.
Thank you, President Evans. Channel 1 is an initiative that was introduced quite a while ago, last year, and I see our Chief of Staff, Bernie Reinerson, is here. He and Communications have put together, I think, a little video we'd like to show you to bring everyone in the room aware or current with what we've been doing with the Channel 1. So, Bernie and Linda, if you're ready for the video. Barbara?
I think the video is being replaced by me.
Oh, okay.
We're bringing this to you tonight, one of our Channel 1 interactive, thanks, our program that we've been partnering with some of the big names around, Promethean, Channel 1 News, and the National PTA. And I think this is something that probably came to the board last June, around the end of June, where we had Friday Notes came out and a big splash about it, and it was on our board agenda, our I should say, our website. And we became a pilot for Family Daily, which was part of the parent component of National PTAs on the Channel 1 News Interactive. There we go. So our pilot has been going on for a couple of months, and schools had volunteered. They wanted to become part of this. We provided professional development and actually did a test run of the program. And right now we're in March 2013, and through June 2014, we're expanding the program to include any school that's willing to come on board. So you might recognize the one little photo in the middle there. It's Anderson Cooper. He got his start in Channel 1 News. And as many of you know, it's been in existence for many years and leading television news programs for teens. And over the time, the format has actually changed. We are now web-based and on-demand access to news broadcasts. And produced in association with CBS News, the program brings current events into the classroom to help kids become more globally aware, more relevant in real-world scenarios that are more applicable to their daily lives. And as you can see here, our I-21 classroom really allows us to fully implement all of the aspects of the program and utilizes student devices and Promethean capabilities to make this truly interactive around critical thinking, problem solving, and collaboration. And the students interact with the current events. It also allows for immediate feedback because the students participate using either netbooks or iPads. This is a screenshot of what the teachers see on the Promethean board, and you can see there are a lot of different choices around that they have to choose from. Promethean, the real connection with them is that they supply the flip charts for each daily news broadcast, and so these are already done in advance, and all the teacher has to do is click on them, whether it's math, English, social studies, or science, geography. So it really is a program that's already put together for teachers, and all they do is click on the program in the morning and bring it up. But for the teacher who really wants to stretch out, there's a DIY flip chart that they can do on their own and put in their own activities and questions for the kids. But the real value for us is in the home-school connection, and this is involving the participating parents in the community who connect to the classroom learning and the ability to view the daily broadcast at home. And this means that the parent can watch it anytime, 24 hours a day, what the student saw in class, and when the student comes home, they are able to have a conversation around the news. The program also provides starter questions for parents as they begin to talk with their children about the news. We're hoping that's a daily occurrence in the families that are participating. Recently, Channel 1 released their Family Daily application, and the participating parents can view the broadcast as well as the news summaries, discussion questions, and more on mobile devices. So these are 3 screenshots of what that mobile device looks like. And not only can they view this, in their homes, but they can view it anytime, wherever they are. The National PTA is particularly interested in the program's ability to connect parents to school and the students' learning. And within our district, PTA at each school will help inform parents and assist them in signing up for the Family Daily during the next several months. And by the end of the pilot, our participating parents will have an opportunity to provide feedback on the impact of the program for them. So basically, it's a package where we're able, because we have such I-21 tools in our classroom, that we can take full advantage of this program and really extend it out to our families at home. I know that Bernie is very excited about their app, and maybe can come up and say a few words about it.
I'll just make a couple of comments. This is really a partnership with Barbara and B. Fernandez and our parent engagement. It's another way that we can increase parent engagement in the community. So we're very excited about it to partner on this. And you know how excited I get about mobile apps, that a parent can be home and press a button. And today's show that ran all over the country is already on the mobile app. And a parent is going to be able to have a tailored mobile app for this that will have discussion questions. So when their child comes home, it's not what did you do in school today. It can be informed questions like, what about the Arab Spring? You saw a show about the Arab Spring. What did you learn about it? And that learning can go home, and the parent can be able to watch these 4 to 6 minute news shows with a set of questions. The other exciting thing about this, and I'll press stop so you don't hear this anymore. The other exciting thing about this is that the National PTA is investing in research that will see how has parent engagement changed here at San Diego Unified and other locations that are doing this around the country. How has this increased parent engagement, and how has it increased student engagement? So we'll be beneficiaries of that national research because we're we're on the leading edge again here with technology here at San Diego Unified, we'll be the beneficiary of that national research to see if this kind of technology in our classrooms really increases parent engagement and student engagement. So those of us on the parent engagement side are very excited about it, and we're really happy to partner with Barbara and her team to bring this into our classrooms.
Is this a different app than the San Diego Unified app, or is it through that one? Oh, okay.
Right. And,
so
we'll get the board information on downloading that app. As Barbara said, they just released the Family Daily. I've got the other app where you can see these shows every day, and we'll get you a link to download this app now that it's available.
Great. Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Any more questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Is this a subsidiary of Clear Channel?
Clear Channel? I'm not aware of that. That hasn't been
It is not.
a
Who
conversation.
owns this? What media company owns this?
I think it's...
Board Member Beiser, I'm not sure. Channel One is its own company, but it might be owned by another media company.
Yeah.
But we'll get back to you about that. But I've never heard Clear Channel, but we'll get back to you.
Can we please, I'd like to move that we continue this item until we can get some more specific responses about this. I have some grave concerns over the last 10 to 15 years in this country. Almost every form of media communication has been gobbled up by 3 companies that decide what everybody sees and hears on every news, every radio channel, and every newspaper in the United States. Not that I don't think this is a wonderful idea, the interaction with parents. I think we need to make sure that our kids are more aware of current events going on around them in the world. But I just want to make sure that we do a little bit more research and investigation to make sure that this isn't just another arm of the media monopoly that is controlling what the public is thinking about and what kinds of information we're able to digest. And I'm very concerned because our students and children are incredibly impressionable at these younger ages, and I want to make sure that whatever kind of media or information they are receiving, that it is not just balanced news, as Fox purports to be, but truly balanced news, so that our kids can learn how to make more informed decisions about things like the Arab Spring and the pros and cons. So at this, I'd like to move that we continue this until we are able to get more specific answers about that.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Any comments? The question, would that be doable within the next couple of weeks to get the information to the board? Right.
So.
Right. Okay. But I mean, for the next board meeting,
do we know who owns Cox Communications and Time Warner? Who we have significant agreements with? Do we know who owns that? Do we care? I believe that there is media that manipulates. And I believe we also have common sense to look at a variety of sources. I don't read one media outlet a day. I read several.
And they're all owned by the same company.
And I use my brain with them to determine, so what if it's determined that Rupert Murdoch owns this? Are we not going to go ahead with it? Is that your intent, Mr. Beiser, depending on who owns it, that we won't proceed with it?
Well, in order
I'm trying to understand what your goal is.
Would you like me to answer your question?
That would be a nice change, yes.
Okay, please answer the question, and then if you want to.
Unbelievable. I think that before I cast a vote, whether or not in support or not, I think that I'd like a couple questions answered. And I think, I have a responsibility to my constituents that before I make a decision, that it's as informed of a decision as possible. And so I just have a couple questions, and I think that it would behoove the staff to go ahead and look into a little bit more of those questions and come back. It doesn't seem like an unrealistic request, and at that point in time, then I am more than comfortable making an informed decision. But absent that information, I don't feel that it's appropriate for us to make
No, but I asked you,
at this time.
I guess the question I asked you is, say it's someone you don't like or you don't respect. Say, I'm just throwing Rupert Murrow, whoever owns Fox. I don't know who owns Fox. What is the owner of Fox? Does that mean you won't support it based on who the owner of Channel 1 is?
I'm more concerned with Clear Channel, which I am aware Clear Channel has gobbled up so many different sources of media, and I'm very concerned that the media monopoly in this country, that I'm not exactly sure, but I think it's something like 97% of everything, all of our information comes from 3 companies in this country now. And so I just want to be aware. I want information before I make a decision.
So if Clear Channel is the owner of this, then you won't support it?
I want information before I make a decision.
So I guess there could be 2 parts to this. One is the issue of the ownership, and the other is just making sure that the academic team has reviewed the content of these programs to make a determination if it seems,
Well, the PTA, I understand there's a partnership with the National PTA, who I know is, of course, a subversive for Fox News, I believe, on this. So we might want to, check out the board members to see if any of them are related to those issues. We have 960 vendors in this district. It would have been very easy to ask the question yesterday or the night before, or Friday when we got the packet, who the owner is. And it seems to me that, if it's not going to make a difference, or if you can tell us if you know the owner, what difference that makes. But in any event, I'm going to oppose the motion because I'm opposing it because I think it's more of a political statement instead of actually doing what is an absolutely great tool. And I have no idea who owns it. I don't know, and I really don't care.
It's going to come back up, and we'll have an opportunity to address it. But to ask for more information regarding the education of our children, that just is good common sense.
Absolutely, and I look forward to the same information on our. When we discuss our budget coming up, I'm hoping to have the same interest in information on our budget as well.
Okay, but just to be clear, Mr. Beiser, are you willing to? You said.
Call the question.
But I have a question here for you first.
The rules of order say when to call the question, you have to vote on whether or not to call
Okay, so I'd like to ask the members of the board if you would like to call the question rather than have me ask my question. All in favor of calling the question, please vote yes.
To call the question.
No, it's to call the question.
Call the question.
In other words, so the positive, let's get clear before we vote, the positive and the negative. He has asked to call the question. So if we call the question, this means that there will be no more further discussion if you vote in favor of this calling.
Okay, so we don't want any further discussion.
It's not debatable.
So you don't want any further discussion? Is that what you're saying? I want to get clear. You're saying you don't want any more discussion?
Pardon me?
There are speakers, John.
Oh, okay.
We have 2 speakers on this. I'm sorry.
Do we want to hear from the speakers before we call the question?
We'll have to hear from the speakers before we call the question, but let's find out about board comments first. If people are saying no more board discussion, let's check the vote on that.
You only have 2 people voted so far.
Robert's Rules of Orders state that when any member of a governing body calls the question, there's immediately a vote on the question, which means you vote whether or not to just go to a vote.
That's what we're doing right now.
And move on.
That's what we're doing right now. And you and I have voted on this, calling the question. Anybody else going to vote on yes or no?
Scott?
Yes, we have no further discussion. No.
I'll vote on the motion.
This is abstaining.
I abstain. Okay.
Martin's abstaining.
So for calling the question, we have 1 vote for calling the question. Okay, now I will ask my question, but first we'll hear from the public speakers. And the public speakers are...
That's the question.
excuse me, Tom Reeve and David Page.
Guess I got here first. My name is David Page, and with the discussion of the content not involved, given this is a program that's been around for a number of years, speaking directly to the idea of having parents working with district staff, I'd like to say that on behalf of Up for Ed, parent members of Up for Ed who believe as you do that every child deserves a quality education, see this as an opportunity to congratulate the staff for working together to make this opportunity on behalf of the students and parents of the district. It's a perfect way to show off the district's forward-thinking I-21 plan, and the Channel One network is an addition to, or one more benefit to, the infrastructure investment already made in this 21st century learning environment for our children, and the cost is perfect for our current situation. Although I noticed in the contract there's a possibility of a cost after the first year that I don't see informed. But Up for Ed encourages and supports the transformation of the San Diego Unified School District in this way. And on behalf of the children, we say thank you.
Okay, I believe that's the only public speaker, so now I will ask my question. Dr. Meyer, have you had a chance to... I was going to suggest that we also, besides the ownership, we look at the staff looking at the news itself and seeing what's the appropriate content for our kids.
I can say regarding the content and regarding the entire item, the first question that I asked was, do you have commercials? That was something that had been in effect prior with this same organization, and I was assured and now know that no, they do not have commercials, so it is not, they've made an active point of taking away any kind of manipulation of students, and that was a great concern of mine. Secondly, Barbara Allen and my instructional team worked together to go through some of the pilots, and they looked at it and they found that the current events really tied into the Common Core, and they had, especially in social science and English, they had a lot of opportunities to look at the relevant current events and tie it into the things that we're doing in this shift to Common Core. Barbara Allen had picked out pilot schools and is evaluating that currently, as I understand, and will report to us on how that pilot is going. Regarding the other issue, I don't have a comment at this time. I'm not familiar with any ownership or media. I do, however, want to state one of our social studies standards, and will continue to be a standard, is the ability to disseminate media and to really think for yourself and to get a sense of when you are being, when it's an opinion or a fact. And so if we're cognizant of that idea, this could help us in that way as well.
Okay. Dr. Meyer, I appreciate the fact that you actually have had the staff and clarified that they have reviewed it. The social science teachers are very well aware of the standards. They're very aware of various historical perspectives that we want to be presented in information. And so based on the fact that the staff has reviewed this, I'm willing to support this without waiting for the ownership clarification. Are there any other comments from board members? The motion is to continue it.
Mr. President.
Support, I should say, not support tabling.
Mr. President, can I just say
yes.
a couple things?
Daniel, the voice from heaven.
A couple of things. To me, looks really, really cool. Just the fact that it's making an effort to tie in the parents with the students and have them discuss issues. I think that's always a really neat thing. I know in a lot of my history classes, or I'm in political science and AP Econ right now. And so, almost every single day we are looking at some type of news source or news media outlet. It's not just any one, but that's an important part of the class to see what's going on currently. So that aspect I think is really, really cool. I think it'd be neat, and it's always nice to go and at the dinner table to know a little bit more than your folks about what's going on. So that part is cool. But I do understand the concern. Obviously, if this is some sort of one-sided media outlet that's going to sway the students, and a lot of times what students hear in school, they are associating what they learn in school with fact. So I do understand the concern there, but as Dr. Meyer pointed out, it's important to be able to distinguish the bias of each news media outlet and to kind of decide for yourself. And I think if we're having, especially that part with where the parents are talking to their kids about it, then surely they're going to discuss some sort of, if there is any bias. I don't know. I've never seen anything from the network, and I was trying to Google the owner, and the only thing I came up with was Alloy Media and Marketing. Never heard of them before, and couldn't figure out anything. So I don't know what that is. But no, I think it'd be cool, but also more information is never a bad thing.
I would encourage everyone to question every newspaper article they read, every news show they read. I've been involved in politics for 30 years, and every article has a bias. It has a bias of what quotes they use. It has a bias when the editor puts a headline on it. It has a bias on what they report and don't report. It doesn't mean the bias is evil intent. Everything is biased to some degree. If you take the discussion on the superintendent appointment tonight, and depending on what they decide to quote and what camera angle they use, they can show a full audience or nobody in the room. So I encourage my children, and I myself question and I will say just about every article I read, there's something in there saying, is that fact true? But also there's a difference between ownership and reporter's bias. An owner of a paper, maybe even our local paper, could have political bias. Does our education reporter who reports for a local paper have a political bias? I don't believe she does, but the owner clearly does.
Okay, so we're going to vote on...
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
Daniel, you give me hope.
Okay, please vote on tabling the motion. Continuing the item. Excuse me. Okay, we voted, only 2 voted to table the motion, the item. So move for approval, Mr. Barnett. Is there a second? Mr. Barrera? Okay. Any discussion? Then please vote. Okay, that passes 3-2. Okay, we have a board consent agenda, items G1 to G6, and there are some proclamations within that I will honor here. Is there a motion to approve all of the items on the board consent agenda? So moved and seconded. Okay. Now, in terms of public speakers, we have some people for the proclamation recognizing the Montford Point Marines of San Diego, Chapter 12, and Project Ujima. Ms. Foster, did you want to say something? We have public speakers. I don't know how. Yes. Okay. Do you want me to call the public speakers and then you'll have your moment? Okay. All of them are going to come up now. Okay, that's fine.
So we're going to have Project Ujima come forward and say a few words, and then I'm going to present the proclamation.
Okay, we have a lot of people and several people listed as speakers. I don't know if they all are still here. If you want to have one person representing everybody or a few people say 1 minute apiece, what would you prefer?
Exactly. Good evening, Honorable Board. Superintendent Cope, I'm going to miss you. We're going to have 3 Montford Pointers, including an original Montford Point Marine speaking. I'm Pat Washington. You have my information on file. And we're going to have 3 Project Ujima speakers that each speak a minute.
Okay. 1 minute for each Project Ujima, and first for the...
We'll start with the Montford Point Marines.
Okay. So everybody's going to speak. Please step up for 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Robert Lewis, Marine Corps veteran, of course, and I'm president of the chapter of the Montford Point Marines here in San Diego. When we got word of this function tonight. I was very honored and humble to come to this board meeting. And I'm sitting here, I'm listening to your agenda, and I'm very impressed. And the only thing that I have to add to that is the fact that my organization, every year we send out information about our scholarship program, where we give out anywhere from $1,000 to a $500 scholarship to several kids, and we have a banquet every year. Our banquet has been going well. We have captured some great students, some with scholarships, some without scholarships. But in conjunction with what we do in our community and across the country, and in conjunction with what I've seen here tonight, I think I'll come back to another meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Next person.
Only a Marine can take that. Exactly. Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, honored members. I'm Dr. William Woods. I'm the Vice President of Chapter 12, San Diego. The thing that I want to remind you is that when these men in 1943, 1942, went into the Marine Corps, no one said to them, look, we just need you to hang out a little bit, take it easy, don't do anything, and then we'll get rid of you. What they heard was, we don't like you, we don't want you, and if you think you can be a part of our community, then you're going to have to show us that you have what it takes to become a Marine. And they had 20,000 black men from all over the United States who showed up at Montford Point Boot Camp and said, we can do that. And that's exactly what they did. And they opened the door for people like me and these other Montford Point Marines that you see behind me. And ladies and gentlemen, board members, we are honored this evening to have with us an original Montford Pointer, a gentleman who came into the Marine Corps in 1943, who fought in the South Pacific, and here he is today, Mr. Joe Jackson, an original Montford Point Marine. And he has the Congressional Medal. The Congressional Medal from that was issued to him a few months ago.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here this evening. And it's been a long time for me to get here. I started out in 1943 in the United States Marine Corps.
Ms. Ward, don't do the call.
Retired from there 29th day of May, 1969. They didn't want me to be there, but I was there and I'm still here. They didn't want me there. Now, there may be some of you there sitting up there as Marines that have been former Marines. But there's a lot of them that fell with me, and a lot of them trailed with me, and a lot of them living here with me today. But there's a lot of them gone. Some are left in the Pacific. Some are left at Saipan, some are left at Korea, some are left at Vietnam, but I was saved and blessed to be with you here tonight. Thank you very much.
We have 3 for Project Ujima now.
Superintendent, board members, my name is Corwin Harris, and I am a 45-year-old. I have 5 children, 3 whom are in the San Diego Unified School District. I have a number of relatives who have served or who are currently in the branch of the United States military, including the U.S. Coast Guard, Navy, and Marines. In spite of having relatives and friends who are in the military service, I did not learn about the Montford Point Marines, the nation's first African-American Marine, until the nation's first African American Marines until the San Diego chapter of the Mumford Point Marine partnered with Project Ujima. The work we have done in Project Ujima to educate ourselves about this important part of our African American and American history has opened opportunities for me and my wife to help our children know more about our history that is positive and uplifting, learning more about everything these brave men did to pave the way for our future generations has given us another tool to teaching our children that there is more to our history than slavery and sharecropping. And I am finally learning about the Mumford Point Marines through Project Ujima. But I am not alone. The United States Marine Corps just recently began teaching about this important part of American history. I look forward to the San Diego Unified School District helping our schools integrate the Mumford Point Marine story into the curriculum. Until then, thank you, San Diego Unified School District, for providing the education through Project Ujima.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Dolores Johnson. I was deeply honored to have met the Mumford Marines from across the nation as part of our Project Ujima Black History Month celebration. Not only did we spend weeks preparing ourselves for the program itself by learning about the Mumford Point Marines, but we also were able to extend our education by being able to attend the christening of USNS Mumford Point on March 2nd. This is the first ship named for an African American group in the history of the United States. Being a part of that historical event is something I will never forget. I had the pleasure of getting to know one of the original Mumford Point Marines, Mr. Joe Earl Jackson. It was absolutely wonderful to meet him, and that he lives in the community and is available to do educational programs for our youth as well as adults. So at this time when so many are focused on our community with bad things, this is a good thing for our children to have known about. And I will never forget it. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
My name is Cora Harris, and my parents are in Project Ujima, and that means I am in Project Ujima. That is a good thing. Most of the time when my parents are in their classes, I am at the homework station working on homework. But for the last few weeks, my parents have been learning about the Mumford Point Marines and teaching me about the Mumford Point Marines. When the Mumford Point Marines came to Project Ujima for a special Black History Month program, we all stayed for the program together. I was able to raise my hand and answer questions about the Mumford Point Marines because we had talked about them at home and in the car. My parents taught me about Mr. Joe Jackson, one of the original Mumford Point Marines. I met Mr. Jackson. I talked to him and had my picture taken with him. Now I'm part of the Mumford Point Marine. SD San Diego chapter history, and Mr. Joe Jackson is my friend. Mr. Jackson will let me talk to him about the report I am doing on the Mumford Point Marines for my school. I am glad my parents are in Project Ujima where we learn together.
Well, I think he said it all. But, really, I'd have to really acknowledge the great work that you're doing, Dr. Washington and Ms. Shannon and the whole family of Project Ujima. You speak so enthusiastically and with so much energy. I mean, when I see you, it's almost as if you're skipping. Well, I mean, if anyone knows you, you know that. So, but I see why. I see why. So thank you for your leadership. And so I would like to present this proclamation on behalf of the San Diego Unified School Board to the Montfort Port Marines. And I'm just going to read a little excerpt of this. It says, whereas the Montfort Port Marines, a nonprofit organization chartered in 1966, are an important part of American history in general, and African American history in particular, not just because of their brave military service, but also because of their willingness to sacrifice their lives for the U.S. at a time when they had their families, when many times their families were denied basic civil rights and subjected to the shame and brutality of racism. And whereas Project Ujima and the San Diego Unified School District is a dynamic program engaging African American families to achieve student academic success, as we clearly saw, a contributing factor to such success in fostering cultural pride. And whereas on March 2nd, 2013, the Montfort Port Marines again made history when a ship was christened in their honor at San Diego's National Steel and Shipping Company, NASCO, the first time a ship has been named for an African American group in our history. Thank you.
Ms. Foster, to make this official, I'm going to ask the board to please vote on this item so that we will make it moved and seconded. Please, okay. Okay, that passes unanimously. We'll push your button too.
Am I in? Yes.
We enthusiastically endorse this resolution.
Thank you.
If you had run back up, I would have held it.
Okay.
I need to stand beside you too.
Okay.
I'm good. Oh, and Mr. Jackson. Oh.
Come on, Joe. Gotta get Joe in there.
Are you there? 1, 2, 3.
Zoom tight.
Okay, hang on.
Hold on for a minute. One more.
Get my good side. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you for coming. It was a great honor to have Mr. Joe Jackson and everybody else here with us today. Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move to item H2, appointments to the Proposition S and Z Board.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
There's one more speaker on the Section G and then the rest of the items.
I'm sorry.
Section G.
Section G. Which item was this?
G1 as a
G1.
speaker.
Approval of the minutes. Okay, we have one speaker on the approval of the minutes. Citizen.
I'm asking for a correction to the minutes which state my name. It is not right for the board action officer to include her personal knowledge into the minutes. When I state myself as citizen, I'm doing so because the law states that I do not have to state my name and I do not have to state my address. That's a protection. It's provided to every speaker that comes before a government board. And when it continues to be that the board action officer inserts personal knowledge into the minutes, that's an incorrect and illegal minute. If I state my name as citizen, then that's what the board minutes should reflect, because you are taking away one of my basic rights that the distinguished Montfort Point Marines and other veterans are fighting to give us, our constitutional rights.
Okay, we have the... Well, I guess we will
Mr.
revote.
President, can I just, maybe I'll just ask the question first of our legal counsel. If
If citizen in the minutes appears as something other than citizen, is that, are we?
No.
Okay, so I would just ask that we amend the minutes so that if citizen is not referred to by that term, that we refer to citizen by that term.
You were saying no, it doesn't matter which way we do it?
The board minutes are a reflection of the board action officer's observations during the meeting. If she makes an observation that someone is speaking and she knows who that person is, she can reflect it in the record. Okay. This is a public record. The issue relating to First Amendment anonymity does not apply in this particular this meeting.
Okay.
But I don't want to drag this on, but
they'll change it if you like.
Exactly right.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I would just ask that to the extent that citizen is not referred to as citizen in the minutes, that we refer to her as citizen in the minutes. Yes, I am.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, please vote. Okay, that correction is made. Okay. Now to the appointments, the Prop S and Z. Is there a motion on this item?
Second.
Move for approval and second. No comments. Please vote. Okay, on items H3 through H6, these are not action items. Mr. Superintendent, can you just explain?
I'm
what
sorry.
this is?
Did Member Foster want to vote on the last item?
Richard, you're
That is not working.
Oh, I screwed it up.
Can you revote,
Richard,
please?
Okay, on the previous amendment, please vote.
There we go.
Okay, 5-0. Okay, Superintendent Koba.
Thank you, President Evans. We are at the beginning of a process to reopen all of our collective bargaining contracts as identified in Section H under Agenda Items 3 for CSEA OSS Unit, 4 for CSEA OTBS Unit, 5 for the Paraeducator Unit, and 6 for POA. As a part of this process, our Executive Director for Labor Relations, Jenny Carbuccia, has started the cycle and process, and it's required that this be a public acknowledgement of the reopening effort between the school district and our collective bargaining units as identified in these H items.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Since it's an item on the public agenda, I'd like to make some comments on, and I think it's an opportunity for the public to look at what are in these agreements and what could be in these agreements. One of the reasons we are facing severe financial shortfalls next year is because of decisions by past school board to make agreements that there was not money for. So that's why we're facing an $80+ million shortfall. I will never, and I've told this to teachers when I met with them and other employees, I will never support spending more money than we have. I will not make a promise to spend more money in the future unless I know we can fulfill that promise. I've had teachers and others say, well, keep your promise. Don't break your promise. We've given back. And that's true because past boards made commitments that we could not afford. Going forward, I will not support any agreement that forces us to spend money we don't have. And I hope that will be the foundation of this board in going forward in negotiating future contracts. We need to be honest with our employees and with the public as to what resources we have and not make promises based on wishes that we then are forced to renege on or be put in a situation of having to make terrible choices of cutting services, laying off employees, not filling vacant positions, nurses, counselors, teachers, etc., that is also on this agenda. And so I would hope that this board would commit itself publicly to indicate that it will not make promises it doesn't know it can keep.
Okay. This item is an acknowledgement that we received the proposals from these organizations. Okay. Let's move on to item H8, a resolution in support of immigration reform. Mr. Barrera or Mr. Beiser?
Yeah, if I can just thank you, President Evans. It was interesting, the conversation that we just had about the Montford Point Marines, and a reminder that in the history of our country, every generation we have people who need to fight to make this country what it's supposed to be, to fight for democracy, to fight for civil rights. And we have, in this generation, a group of families, including students in our own schools, who are forced to every day live in a country that does not live up to its basic ideals. And when we have students in our schools, like every other student in our school, who go to school every day, work hard to try to create a brighter future for themselves, and when we have parents, like every other parent in our district, that work hard to support their kids so that they can create opportunities for a brighter future. But when some of us are singled out and have to live in fear every day, when a student has to go to school not knowing if they come home, if they're going to see their parents again, when parents have to send their students to school and not know if they're going to see their kids again, we are less than what our country purports to be. This issue around comprehensive immigration reform has been debated, politicked around for so long. Looks like because of political reasons, the winds might be changing, and there might be an opportunity now to do something that's right and just that should have been done generations ago. So I think as a school district, there is no public entity that has more of a responsibility to stand up for the rights of young people and families that are trying to make it in this country and trying to make this country a better place. And it's time for our district to take a stand in support of this generation's freedom fighters, as we've just honored a previous generation's freedom fighters. And those are the families of immigrants in our communities. And so I proudly, with Vice President Beiser, put forward this resolution in support of comprehensive immigration reform.
Okay, we have some public speakers on this item. Since we have to limit it to 10 minutes per item, I'm going to ask you each the green light will be on for 1 minute, and then when the yellow light comes on, try to wrap up your comments in the second minute. Christian Ramirez and Maria Miller.
Thank you very much, President, members of the board. My name is Christian Ramirez, and I am human rights organizer here for Alliance San Diego. We're honored by the school board taking this bold but very timely resolution. Our Congress, our country is in dire need of immigration reform. Far too many families have suffered. It has been an entire generation since our leaders in Congress have taken up this issue. It is not an issue of politics. It is not an issue of the next election. It is an issue of our children, of our families, of our communities, and the fact that the San Diego Unified School District is taking this bold decision will set the path for other local governments to also weigh in on such an important matter. So we appreciate this conversation.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maria Miller, and I'm here today representing the Association of Raza Educators, ARE. We are a statewide grassroots organization dedicated to the fundamental idea that education is essential to the preservation of civil and human rights. And as such, we stand in solidarity with AFSC, American Friends Service Community, and the San Diego Table on Immigration Policy to support the proposed resolution on immigration reform. We support the reform that protects the rights of all students and families. We support and recognize that the diversity enriches the multiple stories and cultures that are brought into our classrooms. Reform that ends the civil and human rights violations which have caused immigrant deaths in our communities. We recognize the need to end the separation of families. It's interesting enough that today we talked about trauma. That is what's caused by the separation of families. Ending the racial profiling and ensuring that there's transparency and accountability of the federal immigration agents and local law enforcement officials. ARE members teach and support students and families impacted by the broken immigration system. Our youth and families have become targets of racism, poverty, immigration, and custom enforcement agents and police. Therefore, ARE stands in solidarity with support that ensures the dignity and the humanity of all individuals. Thank you.
Okay, Pedro Rios, Sara Garcia, and Monica Rocha Leva.
Distinguished members of the board, Superintendent Coba, President Evans, my name is Pedro Rios. I'm the chairperson of the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium. I've also been leading the efforts around the San Diego Table for Immigration Policy, which is a county-wide effort to ensure that San Diego stands united in how we're supporting humane and just immigration policies. Over the course of the past 10 years, I've worked with the American Friends Service Committee as the program director, working with families who have been severely impacted and affected by unjust policies. I've had the opportunity to meet with parents of the school district who have had their children detained at a trolley station, subsequently deported. I've had the opportunity to work with children who have had their parents detained and deported, and the misfortune of having to work with with children who have lost the parent because of the brutality that the system encourages, where impunity reigns, predominantly in communities where there is no protection for civil and human rights. I applaud this motion to pass a resolution. It stands as a unique opportunity to encourage other governmental bodies to do the same. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to continuing working with all of you. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sara García y soy parte de Casa de Vecinos Organizados.
Good afternoon, I'm Sara Garcia and I'm part of the House of Organized Neighbors.
También somos parte de la coalición Mesa de Diálogo de la Reforma Migratoria San Diego.
We are also part of the organization San Diego Table on Immigration Policy and Immigration Reform.
Y nuestra base está en las comunidades de Sherman y Logan.
And our base is in the communities of Sherman and Logan.
Para nuestra comunidad es muy importante el tema migratorio y la unificación familiar.
For our community is very important the matter of the immigration matters and the family union.
Por eso somos parte de este trabajo comunitario con organizaciones que están luchando por una reforma migratoria.
So that's what we are working in this organizational and in this work for the community, working for the reform on immigration.
Y estamos aquí para darles las gracias por su apoyo a la resolución a una reforma migratoria. Gracias.
So we are here to thank you for a resolution on immigration reform. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments from board members?
I want to commend Mr. Pereira and Mr. Beiser for bringing this forward. The last comprehensive immigration forum was like a quarter century ago, under President Reagan, I believe. Yeah. And I, at the time, was there was a young man my father, who helped sponsor under that reform, who's not at that point much different age than me, but I had all the opportunities of citizenship, and fortunately, he through that reform was able to. Obviously, today, anyone who shows up at our school doors, we don't question their citizenship, and we educate them. But the impact on families and the fear, I've had teachers tell me that parents who maybe have additional opportunities, funding programs for their children, are afraid to open letters, envelopes, anything from the government for fear it could affect their status, their ability to live here. So I think this is necessary for this country, and I think it is vital that we support it, and I am wholeheartedly endorse this. Thank you, gentlemen.
For the record, I'd like to point out that Scott Barnett actually supports a position that I've taken publicly. Thank you, Mr. Barnett.
Not for long.
Didn't vote yet, but no.
As we move down the agenda, we'll see. Okay. No further comments. Please vote. That passes 5-0. Okay, we'll now move on to the second interim financial reports. We'll have a high-level presentation from Mr. Dobbs. (30,000 feet).
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, Superintendent Koba, trustees. I think the superintendent may have some words in the beginning of framing, and certainly she's ready for me to take over.
No, thank you, Stan. There are actually 2 action items associated with financial milestone at this juncture in the school year. I call your attention to I-1, which is a presentation to the board about our second interim report of the year. And this covers the period from the beginning of the school/fiscal year, 1 July, to the very end of January. You had a report in December. That was the first interim. So in accordance with Ed Code, CFO is going to present the status of the current year, projections to future years, identify changes since the last interim report, and describe steps and timeline in the near term. The second item that you need to vote on is the resolution that's associated with issuing a qualified certification at the second interim. So we're actually here to ask the board to consider I-1 and I-2, and I'm going to turn it over to the CFO, Mr. Dobbs.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Again, to the board, trustees, and public, we're here to basically have a follow-on conversation and continue down the road on the process that began during our first interim presentation in December 12th, and then on January 22nd, the board responded through a board workshop with a no layoff decision and gave us direction on the strategy to proceed. And then on March the 12th here today, we're introducing the second interim, which is the next series of that. But this is about continuing down the road on a decision made by this board to address solvency and also to stabilize community. So some of the things we're going to cover, just to stay on point, the second interim requirements, some current year overview, the multi-year overview, some other fund risk and alternative liquidity, and I'll explain those, the real estate update, and a summary to talk about the contingency plan and what happens next. So the second interim requirements, it's required by Ed Code to actually submit a second interim financial report by March 15th. That is done in a public session. It is done by a board meeting, and it requires 3 days notice prior to that. Also, during that particular time frame, you have to select a certain qualified certification level. There's 3 characteristics: positive, qualified, and negative. Some of the assumptions and constraints that are presented during this process is an uncertain budget revenues, as
The legislature is still going through some process as a result of passing Prop 30. Thank you so much for your votes, to address some of our fiscal issues we've had for almost 7 years, and the governor is doing a great job of making that a priority and on the forefront and getting it out to schools and communities as fast as possible. But also some of the federal sequestration that you've seen on the news. Before the end of the year, we dealt with the fiscal cliff. Now we just dealt with fiscal sequestration. And we'll talk about some of those impacts. And also with the district declining enrollment over the last couple of years, as some of the financial strife has affected families and they've had to make other decisions about where they would try to educate themselves, their children, and to find work. Also, we have a requirement to talk to the San Diego County Office of Education, the California Department of Education, and then some of the practical requirements about cash flow, bond sales, property sales, tax revenue anticipation notes, and attrition. I'm glad to report that our district again has maintained a qualified certification status. What that means is that the district may be able to meet its financial obligations for the current year, which is 2012-13, and for 2 subsequent years, one of the other 13-14 or 14-15. And that is good news because it is a message of sustainability. Qualified negative certification comes with some additional rules, things that we've already been accustomed to over the last year. Upon qualified certification, our county superintendent has some requirements. They can intervene, they can provide a fiscal advisor, they can provide a lot of different things to assist us in making sure that we find our financial solvency. That has not been required because the board has made the necessary decisions and management has made and staff has put in place the necessary controls that we maintain that process. Also, FICMAC is involved in the event that you need any extra instruction. Again, internally, this has been taken care of, so there has not been a requirement. But also, the county office requires us to give them a contingency plan to cover any variances that we may have in our process as far as the finances are concerned, which we are prepared to do. So the current year overview, this is basically looking at based on what we had in December of first interim and what we are at second interim. So for our ending balance, strong ending balance, $49 million was projected to be June 30th. That's slightly down a couple $100,000 from $50 million, so we're still on track. As you can see, how we compiled that particular $49 million with $21 million set aside for our economic uncertainty, which is our 2%, and other activity that comprised the $49 million with a contingency reserve to be utilized to close our deficits at $15 million. Also, we look at it from the standpoint of first interim compared to second interim. Revenues decreased by 1.1 million. Okay, and we say that we did open up a few charters during that particular year, and as a result of open charters, in some cases we shift enrollment into the charter system, and that caused us to have a decrease in revenue. So those adjustments were made during the second interim. Also, as a first interim compared to second interim, we look at one of our first cost control measures that was put in place. This strategy has allowed us to where our expenditures and transfer out only increased by $160,000, what could have been compared to millions in the past, but this is one of our really stringent cost control measures that's been put in place. We also look at another issue that the board has been very adamant about as far as first and second interim, contributions to restricted funds, as we see in the special education program, $3.39 million less expenditure, which is great, but that's also another cost control measure that is paying out to ensure that we control our revenue and we control our funding. Now this slide is to reflect our cash flow. Our cash flow projection with trans, our tax revenue anticipation note. Last year we got a trans for $240 million to cover shortfalls not covered by the governor's budget, and also as a result of having deferrals. Then we also use our state school facility fund to cover any remaining. This is all our funds that the district holds, and this shows how our revenue comes in, so someone can have an idea of what programs are funded, how the programs are coming out, how the expenses work, so you can have an idea of the overall almost $1 billion worth of programs. And as you can see, some of the increases that we receive are due to capital improvement projects related to our facilities. Our attrition deficit reduction plan, which we put in place on January 22nd, requires us to look at certain things a little bit more stringently than we had in the past. Like it needs maximum flexibility all year round, so we can look at some of the challenges like attrition. When will attritions occur? It's not a very planned event because it's a personal choice when people decide that they want to try or they want to retire. But we also know that it's something that occurs naturally through this district, about 500, 600 people per year. So we have faith and we know that that will occur based on the past. Also, we look at vacancies and determine if we have vacancies, how do we deal with those in the future. Then also we look at, from the standpoint when we do have attritions, and this is nothing different, we do this every year, when someone decides to attrite, and that's a specialty area, say an IB advanced physics teacher, then you know that because of credentialing, you probably need to hire another IP advanced physics teacher to replace that person. And so we deal with that in a manner that's not consistent with what we've done in the past. The Child Development Center. Now, this is our Child Development Program is something that changed by the result of state law. It's in a position now where their projected deficit spend about $750,000 this year. What happened? Well, the state changed the rules about how we would operate our child development centers. One is they went to a fee-based system. Before, in most cases, it was free. And a fee-based system could be as much as $1 a day. It could be as much as $8.88 a week, for some people. But still, it went from a fee system, a no-fee system, to a fee system. It also went from an all-day program to 2 half-day programs. And as a result of making those changes, we are seeing some reduced enrollment from the standpoint of students and families taking advantage of these programs. We also got authorization from the state to raise our level to even be able to provide services to more children. And we were actually working very, very diligently with our stakeholders like SDEA, who has brought to our attention the opportunity. This is a program that we really need to work collaboratively to get the word out and advertise to ensure that people know we have vacancies and availability for daycare, preschool, Head Start in our schools. Yeah, we do have waiting lists in some areas, but there are other areas where transportation is not a problem, where we can probably take kids right now. So we really want to employ people to think about if you're in need of these services, daycare, preschool, and Head Start services, please consider our programs at San Diego Unified School District. Also, our cafeteria fund, as some people saw in the news or other places, the food fight, they advertise about some changes that's going on and through some of the larger school districts in the state as a result of federal government inquiry and the inquiries from the state. We have a $4.4 million process that we're going through with the state, and we are paying back $1.1 million a year for 4 years. This is as a result of justification for custodial cost charges to the cafeteria fund. We are still in the process of mitigating this situation. It is not something that's in litigation, and we're still disputing the process, but we want to make sure we had a repayment process in place so that we could support continuing operations. From the standpoint also, this fund is one of the other issues from a solvency perspective because it's actually indebted to the general fund at a tune of about $31 million that's been paid out over the last year or so, with $18 million remaining. And as some people may not realize, with the cafeteria fund, because you start out, you get paid in arrears, you really don't have primer money to get started when you first start at the beginning of the year, and you kind of get a loan from the general fund, and as you continue to feed students throughout the year, you start paying the money back. And it's a process that just about every school district in the country will have to utilize, but it is something that happens. So if parents are encouraged and want to know, well, how can we help? The best way to help is to turn in those free and reduced lunch forms so the school can get credit for having the ability to feed your child or another child that you care about, because in the future those numbers will be an integral part of how funding comes to our school district in the state of California. So we really encourage you to embrace that program. From our multi-year overview, some of the people we talk to and consult with to make sure we get this as right as possible. San Diego County Office of Education, School Service of California, CASBO, other districts surround us and throughout the state, especially ones of our size, and then our district finance advisory team as we put together a strategy. So these are just some of the assumptions we use: revenue limit, COLAs, how they're being advertised by the state. We actually get this information from the Sacramento to tell us these are the standards that we want you to utilize, and this is what we are obligated to fund to. We also look at everything from class size penalties, cost of living allowance, federal impact aid, lottery money, and transfer ins. We also consider parameters that surround, like step and column, increases that may have come about by contractual raises of other stipulations that's part of contract, and then also furlough days. There's one issue on this particular slide that was lately pointed out late, is that this 1.79% is really 1.079%, and that equates to 2 furlough days, and then 1.61% right next to it equates to 3 furlough day restoration. Also, when it comes to health and welfare premiums, we anticipate about a 7% increase per year over the next 2 years, but we really have about a 5% increase. And with the implementation of the Affordable Care Act, some people call it Obamacare, that's about 4% a year. Because we have mid-year, we split it in half. So you have 7%, 5 plus 2 makes 7, and then next year 5 plus 2 makes 7. So that's why we forecast a 7% increase. So, multi-year assumptions, some of the uncertainties. Attrition strategy. Attrition strategy, like I said, it comes with some risk, some liabilities, only because it's a personal decision, and we have to assist people in that process. Property sales strategies, as you're aware. Prop 30 funding rollout, because of the 0.25% increase in sales tax started on January 1st, and the funding should start rolling out hopefully this summer. How fast will you implement LCFF? That's all dependent on how fast the governor can get it through the legislature. Also, the district continued decline in enrollment. As we continue to decline in enrollment, that's also is indicative of the declining in revenue, and especially in the future, it could be based on grade-specific revenue. Transfer from restricted maintenance contributions from Fund 40. Fund 40 is an important fund for us, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute, because that's where we handle most of our maintenance transactions. So the general fund. So what's important from this slide is you look at 14-15, and you see in 12-13 you surplus of $19 million, but you have a positive ending balance. 13-14 surplus 8.7 as far as the deficit spending, positive ending balance. 14-15, $52 million is our shortfall. What this shows us is this why we have a qualified statement. Next slide shows for restricted programs, previously for unrestricted. And this shows the process, and if you look at revenue, $2.86 million in 2012-13, down to $245. What comprises that? Most of it as a result of the 8.2% sequestration that you've seen on the news and the reduce in federal funding. But that puts us in a position where now you have about a $20 million deficit for 13-14. And as a result, that will cause some shifts in the way you implement programs. So when you also look at the total general fund without budget solutions, you can see that you're looking at the same process, about $52 million in the third year out. Now, as far as the multi-year projection assumptions for 13-14, this goes back to the whole thing that we just discussed on January 22nd. So the superintendent recommended $111, which was released by the county office, and the governor proposed $265, which is part of LCFF, but $265 because of new revenue that would come in from the $1.6 billion authorized by the governor. So with that being said, that gives you additional toward restoration, $3.5 million, and as you can see how we go down this particular line to show how we would balance the budget and cover the shortfalls, and the same with the $265 to show that we have a plan that we can balance ourselves on either one of those parameters that are offered and funded by the governor. So our assumptions also include two big parts: people costs and property sales strategy. So from a people cost perspective, one of the things we got to be concerned about is increased salaries. Why are salaries increased? Because we had contractual agreement to increase salaries. And we also have contractual agreements in the future to increase salaries. Also, increased health and welfare benefits, which we said about 7%. 7% a year, but that's also based on actuals. It could be 7.2, it could be 5.9, but it's based on actual cost that comes out in those particular programs. Then also we want to invest more into our educational process, program rollout, Common Core, A to G strategies, intervention type programs and processes. As we roll out those programs, we also roll out budgets to align with them. Property sales strategies, some limitations, and we'll talk about that later about date restrictions, time frames to collect escrow, those kind of things in the process. And we also talk about, at this particular point in time, about 92%, is part of the process of handling these particular costs, special people costs. And as we look to receive more money in the future, we look forward to the 92% going down to 91 and 90 and whatever it would be as we get more revenue. Other fund risk and alternative liquidity. So one of the things about Fund 40, Fund 40 is a fund that we have established, primarily used by the maintenance department and the projects and facilities department, and it has several different, 6 different funds inside of it. But this is a fund that also collects revenue from rental properties. They also take care of developer fees, and they do a few different things. So as a result, we're looking at a shortfall of, and we're doing a complete review of this fund to make sure that we totally understand what the ramifications would be next year and the year after as we start to relinquish properties. Next slide. This is going to show us cash flow with trans borrowing. As you can see, when we have trans, as you see the green bars going up and down almost in a bell curve shape at this point, and you see that we are able to, and this is after payroll, so you see you have money. Now, this is what it looked like without the trans. So without the tax revenue and anticipation notes, as you can see, the first 5 months of our school year are negative as a result of how funding is brought to us by the governor. Now, this could all change based on how LCFF is funded, by not having deferrals, by receiving money in a timely manner, and also by sequestration paying out on time in October of 2013. A real estate update, we're still on track with our real estate program, still as was been authorized by the board and discussed, about $115 million total between the past 2 years. But we also want to caveat this by saying, if you look at the green bars, these are things that are completed dates that throughout the particular process for each project, and this red box shows those things that are at risk and the key deadlines are met or getting close. And then the grays are still actions to be taken. So in summary, one of the things that have been asked is, well, what's Plan B? So Plan A, when we made a decision to have no layoffs, we made a decision to have no layoffs, and we set this box up and said, this is it, none outside these parameters. So Plan A is to have property sales, personnel attrition, vacancy elimination, and process efficiencies. Plan B is to have more of the same thing. So if you decide that you do not want to say you don't want to have a property sale, you don't want to put a property on the list, then what we're also saying is that we want to have more attrition, more vacancy elimination, and more process efficiency. And we decide that you don't want to have attrition, then you saying you want to have more sales of properties, vacancy elimination, process efficiency. Our options are limited in that scope because we have made an agreement to not cause instability in the community by having layoffs, so our options are very limited. So next steps. March 15th, second interim goes to the county office. After you certify tonight, we'll start hand delivering tomorrow. DAC files will go out to our stakeholder units so they can receive the information for their processing. And then the board budget workshop come up between April and June as we get closer to putting our budget together. The governor may revise, come out in May, and then the third interim is due on May 15th. We have a third interim required because we are qualified. And then a preliminary budget for first reading in June 25th for board adoption. June 30th, adopt the budget due to the county office so they can report it to the state. So conclusion of qualified certification requires the following. It requires that we implement the 2013 budget solution list as discussed. It also requires that we have a very resolute and observant monitoring of cash. Cash is a process that helps us to stay solvent. And we need to ensure that we keep our eye on cash. We do that by having trans. We do that by having alternative liquidity. We do that by having the ability to make internal fund transfers. And also, we want to make sure that we look at those risks from other programs that can be pushed back to the general fund so that unrestricted money as allocated can go to the right programs. And we also want to implement all our budget solutions in a timely manner. So recommendation, board action is the staff recommended the board approve the district's second interim financial reporting as reflecting the district financial status as of January 31st, 2013, and staff recommended that the board certify that the district may be able to meet its financial obligations for 2012-13, 13-14, and 14-15 as a qualified certification. Pending any questions, Mr. President, that concludes my presentation.
Before we have any discussion, is there a motion to adopt? The superintendent mentioned the two are together, I2 and I3. Is there a motion to approve both of those? Is there a second to that motion? I'm sorry, what did I say? I1 and I2, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Let me double read this. Second financial report. Right, I1 and I2. I was giving the wrong numbers. Okay, so there's a motion. Has that been seconded? I'm sorry, I didn't. Seconded. Okay. Okay, any questions or comments from board members? Thank you. This item. Citizen and David Page.
David Page, speaking again on behalf of UpFred and the parents that we represent. UpFred believes that the needs of students should be the priority in decision making. And I would ask that this be so tonight on behalf of the 110,000 students and their parents that couldn't be here tonight. You're about to make a significant decision that lays the foundation of possibilities for 110,000 students in this next year and the experiences that they'll have. UpFred and this board share a common goal of committing to substantially increasing all students' achievement and to always act on our students' best interest. We believe every child deserves a high-quality education, but at this point in time, the process for us stops here, and we trust that you'll pick it up here and go forward with that, keeping our children first as we do all the time. Please do right by our children.
I don't see anything children-centered about this budget. I see handing out $60,000 raises to the lawyers. There are 4,000 fewer students in the last few years and no corresponding staff reductions. You have a job guaranteed in this government entity. Adding $100,000 plus positions because you happen to be the friend of Richard Barrera. Master schedules that waste money and are detrimental to students. An example is a 6-period PE reserved for athletes. That's against the law. If there's a PE class, it should be open to all students, not just the athletes and the coaches that like to use that time to relax and enjoy themselves. Employees could pay vision and dental if they don't want it. It could be an option that they could choose not to have it. That would save a lot of money if employees would pay their vision and their dental. That's not a big amount to pay. VPs are going to be paid from Title I money. Wow, that just sounds like you're stealing from the kids. Since when did you use Title I money to pay for VPs? That's never happened. That's supplanting. Teachers and other employees are getting automatic raises for 15 years. That needs to be relooked at. Taxpayers don't need to not be getting the benefit of their tax money. We expect our children to be profiting from that money, not all the adults. District lost $2 million in early education funding because people couldn't file the paperwork. The solution? Add 2 more people to help them straighten out that mess. But no one was held accountable. More millions were lost in the food services that are going to have to be paid back. And now we're going to be paying $25,000 for people to retire. I don't know where you guys get all this money that you guys say isn't there that keeps going to all of the adults. I suggest that you limit the limited ROP credentialed teachers to teaching 2 classes so that we don't have to pay their benefits costs. But every time one starts here and they see what everybody else is getting, they want the same. You put them up at 4 classes, and now they get entitlement to benefits. That's a lot of money. So the advantage to the school district and the advantage to the students is gone. You could have had 2 ROP teachers that are probably already retired because they're experts in their area. 2 ROP teachers, each teaching 2 classes. The kids would have the 4 classes, but you guys wouldn't be paying for the benefits. Or rather, us guys, us, the taxpayers, because I'm seeing it. You guys are taking a big bite out of my property taxes, and it keeps going up and up and up. And I don't see the kids benefiting. I see the adults benefiting. There's a lot that you need to look at in this budget. There are simple things you could do, like just putting all of the schools on the same schedule. That would save lots and lots of money. Simple things.
Okay, so we have a motion on items I1, I2. Any comments?
I just had a couple of comments and some questions. First of all, just to some comments that the speaker made, just I think it's fair to say for the record, I wanted to just comment that while I did not at the time support the creation of the position of the Labor Executive Director, I will say that I am incredibly impressed with the talent and skill and it was an excellent hire and definitely in the best interest of the district, notwithstanding whom she might or might not have known personally. So I think it's important to state that we do our best to hire the best people for the right reason, and in that case, I think the superintendent did an excellent job. Are you her mother? Oh, no. Okay. Just make sure. On the property timelines on page 35, it might be Mr. Stover might be the best person to answer this, or if you don't know, you can refer it to your staff. But on page 35, I want to make sure I understand this. We have in the current fiscal year we're in now, we hope to sell about $20 million of property in this budget that ends June 30. Now, does the green... does January 10th mean we closed escrow on January 10th for Barnard, or does it mean we're hoping to close escrow by June 25th?
We had originally intended to close January 10th, and that escrow was extended at the request of the buyer by the board, and we're planning on closing now June 25th. And that time frame for all the due diligence has passed at Barnard. And so we're moving rapidly towards that.
So both those properties now we're looking at June 25th to close escrow, hopefully.
That's correct.
Okay, because I know originally when we approved this, when the board approved the sales last year, the hope was to say we needed to have a contractual obligation by the start of the fiscal year, and then the hope was to get revenues within the fiscal year, and there's some risk that they could still fall out of escrow. Hopefully they won't, and we won't have a $20 million additional hole in this year's budget. So then and those were started, Barnard and Beach Terraces, the process was started June 22nd. So we're estimating a year process now from start of the board's intent to sell to actually closing escrow, roughly.
That's correct.
So now on this coming year's budget, where we're looking for another $50 million, the board indicated its intent to sell Mission Beach in January and Porterfield and Hale on February. So, and they're hoping, right now the hope is to close by October 25th and November 18th. Is there any reason to believe that those are going to go quicker than the current properties that have taken, it will look like up to a year to sell those? And then what happens if they don't meet the December 31st deadline, which is what the staff had put in its estimates, especially if the law doesn't change and allows us to use those revenues for general fund operating purposes? Or I should say, if the law is not extended, the law ends, I believe, December 31st of this year. So,
yeah, we've compressed the time frames on these properties in order to accomplish getting the money in hand before December 31st. We believe there's every indication that the law will not sunset, allowing us to use the sale of property for operating expenses, but we can't count on that. It would be foolish to count on that.
Okay.
So we have compressed the time frame, especially up front. We're moving very quickly with Mission Beach If you look at the first 4 columns there, the time frame is more compressed. Porterfield and Hale are already in the governmental nonprofit stage of this process. We went the very next day after the board approved. We went out with the intents to sell, so we've compressed the upfront time frame quite a bit.
So hopefully, from a budgetary point of view, number one, we sell the properties that are in this year's budget before June 30, because then we'll have another $20 million hole in the current year budget, and if they fall out of escrow, probably add it on to the following year, and then these others hopefully will close as well. If you go to the next...
Can I just build on your question, the governor's proposed budget, as I understand, includes an extension of the ability to use properties.
That's correct.
Yes,
Yes.
It's a proposal.
Yes.
Yes. By the legislature.
Yes, sir.
The bottom of page 6. The governor's proposal.
Okay. Well, good, because it looks like our current property sales will take close to a year in the best case scenario, but we'll find out if they actually close or not. On the next page, Mr. Dobbs, on Plan A and Plan B on deficit solutions. Now, this is for, just to be clear, this is for the next year's 13-14 budget, right? You're not looking at beyond it right now?
Just 13-14.
Okay. So right now we have about, in Plan A, about $50 million of property sales in next year's budget, and the attrition and vacancy elimination, we're looking at another $27 or $30 million of savings between the two of those. And then we have some other savings. So the thing I don't understand is when you say contingency plan, when do you kick in a contingency plan? Because right now we already saw in property sales the process could take up to a year even when the board already started. So if we want to sell more property, when does that kick in? When do you have to start that process? Secondly, on attrition, I don't understand how you can have more personnel attrition. Are we hoping that more people will attrit than are currently estimated to leave? I mean, how do you have, you have attrition or not, and we have historical trends of attrition, and they've varied and so forth, and we hope that hits that. So how do you have more personnel attrition? Do you encourage people to leave beyond for more early retirement? And then, so I don't understand that.
Yes, sir. I answered the second question first, sir, if you don't mind, about attrition. And you just answered pretty much, is that you have natural attrition, and we also have a retirement incentive program, the one that was $25,000 for employees to opt to retire. That incentive program sometimes garner more people than would have just gone through natural attrition, or it may encourage some people that was considering retiring to go ahead and leave. If that's the case, then you have more people. And right now the parameters may be set around something like, say, 25 years in the district. There could be options where there could be flexibility in that process about how more people would qualify to take that as an option if need be.
So the board, if there's concern at some point, and I don't know when that point is it September, October, November, December? If there's concern at some point, number one, the staff would have to come back and say, oh my goodness, even with trans, we may be short $30 or $40 million. And then on attrition, at some point, they'll come back and say, okay, we will now make it a greater incentive to retire. Of course, there's costs to those as well. So that's the plan at this point, is to come back at some point. Then do we know when that point is? Is it by September when school starts? Is it November? I mean, when do we actually need Plan B?
No, sir, there's no timeline to decide when that point's going to be, because remember, we're still waiting on attrition to occur. It's a natural occurring process throughout the year of 500 or 600 employees. So there could be no need to have additional personnel to attrite based on what actually happens throughout the process between January 12th and, say, October 31st. There may not be a need to have additional. Maybe they may naturally attract beyond the numbers that we need to be solvent. Right, but you still got to have a plan.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I think of of all the budgets that I've been involved with and all the ones I've seen in recent years, is probably the riskiest budget that this board has ever approved, because there's so many factors outside of control of this board. Good or bad, when you lay people off, there's a savings. Here we're hoping there will be attrition. And of course that attrition, even though the phrase has been the stability model, it's like a chant. The stability model raises class sizes in K-3, and as we'll see on the next agenda item, also proposes removing very significant positions, nurses, counselors, arts, etc. So this is a house of cards. The risk from this budget is greater than any budget that's ever been occurred. And the contingency plans are unrealistic at best. So I hope the board understands when they adopt this that this budget, unlike any other, actually creates a bigger risk of insolvency than any budget this board has adopted.
Okay, Mr. Barrera.
Could we go back to this? Could we go back to the slide on the property sales? Okay. So when I look at the numbers, what we're trying to achieve for the 13-14 budget, the sale of the Mission Beach Center, along with the sale of the Porterfield, get us actually a little bit above our necessary meeting what would be the $30 million in sales for the 13-14 budget solution.
Yes, sir.
So I guess I think the numbers. No, I think the numbers get us a little bit. About roughly, if we sold those two properties, Mission Beach and Porterfield, I think that gets us about $4 million above what we need.
Yes, sir.
And then, so if we go through the rest, we're roughly looking at about $40 million. If we move forward on these sales and are successful according to these projections, we actually our projected surplus of a little over $4 million grows to a projected surplus of roughly $45 million.
Correct, sir.
And this is and part of the strategy that staff will bring forward to complete the sale of all of these properties would be the resolution of intent to sell in 2 weeks on March 26th. Correct? You're bringing forward a resolution of intent.
Just also, Mr. Barrera, on page 27, actually the number needed in 13-14 is $50 million of property sales. Right. It's 5. Mission is 20 plus, and then there's another 30 on top of that. So it's 50 total for the 13-14 budget and the 20 million we still need to close in the current budget. In page 27, it specifies that.
Right. So if you take the 37 plus the 16,
right,
that's roughly 54. That's what I'm getting at. So it's about those two properties alone get us about $4 million above. And then the plan, we've already done a resolution of intent on McMullen, correct?
We did Porterfield and Hale.
Porterfield and Hale, and so McMullen and Stevenson will go forward.
If our real estate folks tell us that if we want to add McMullen and Stevenson as another cushion, in the sense, just to allow us to start the process, that we would have to do that by March 26th, given the sense that the law may sunset. That's our...
And it's staff's intention, I'm understanding, that on March 26th you will come forward to us with a resolution of intent to sell.
Right, just to add the two.
Okay. Then I just wanted to talk a little bit about revenue generation, and I know Mr. Dodge has talked to us about this before. So if we look at, it's really 3 items. It's child development. As you've mentioned, we're currently actually under enrolled And the more students that we enroll, the more revenue that we draw down. So
Yes, sir.
the students pay for themselves. That would be one. The second would be increasing the number of parents to fill out their free and reduced lunch forms. That increases revenue in two ways. The free and reduced lunch, the breakfast and lunch, we actually make a little bit of money with each meal that we serve. No. We more than recover our costs on each meal that's served. Yeah.
We don't make a profit on them, but the program is self-sufficient. It is self-sustaining, including the operational charges that we charge to the program.
Right, exactly. And also, under the governor's formula, if the LCFF moves forward, the higher percentage of students that qualify for free and reduced lunch, the better off we are. So,
yes, sir.
So additional work that we can do to increase enrollment in the program, although I know we do a very good job of that, anything that we can do additionally to increase enrollment in the program is helpful.
It obviously also helps in the out years with Title I as well.
Right.
So.
And finally, it's not, I think, on the slides that we looked at right now, but similarly with Medi-Cal enrollment, again, we recover more than our costs if we enroll more students in the Medi-Cal program. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And that's another program that allows, at the site level, to have control over more discretionary income, just like they would have with their Civic Center Act funding through that Medi-Cal program that they generate.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So what I would encourage and maybe ask the superintendent and the team to do is to come forward to us with a plan of how we can increase revenue by, in fact, increasing enrollment in early childhood, increasing enrollment in free and reduced lunch, and increasing enrollment in Medi-Cal. Helps our kids, helps our district financially. And I know it's something that you put a lot of thought into.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
What I would add is that we probably need to focus on increasing enrollment in our high schools and secondary education altogether, because there are going to be some challenges with LCF with the new ADA structure. So, this is a good time to expand that conversation and really focus and have a targeted approach to attacking and increasing that enrollment at our secondary and high school, or our high school level.
Yes, ma'am. Trustee Foster, what you're referring to is in the LCFF model, we shift from a global attendance rating to a grade span. So you go from K3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, 12. So it's going to be very reflective of how the attendance affects the amount of revenue that you bring in by those different grade spans. So that's a great point. And attendance is always need to be a priority and initiative in the district, because that's our number one revenue source. Yes, ma'am.
One thing maybe it's missing, but in the past when we've had the second interims, we've had some detail of how we're going to address the shortfall in the out year, 14-15. And I realize this is a high-level view, and so high-level there's absolutely no detail. But the superintendent has stated publicly, as well as the board president, that this will be 13-14 will be the last year we even consider using property sales to balance the budget. So what are the thoughts on how we're going to balance the budget in 14-15? There's nothing in here on that. And aren't we required to talk to the County Office of Ed and give them something? Or is property sales the preferred method again on the table for 14-15?
Yes, sir. When we talk about our contingency plan to ensure that we adjust for any variances in the budget that doesn't show the budget being beyond qualified. Part of our contingency plan, and the biggest part of it, is to increase to $30 million in properties to make that adjustment to close the deficit budget. As far as 14-15 is concerned, 14-15 will be adjusted and corrected as we get to third interim and we get ready to have our next budget, because we need to see what the governor's May revise is going to produce. In the event that the governor comes out with the LCFF program that's fully funded, it makes our position even much better in 14-15 to where the likelihood of having a deficit of any significant piece at that particular point in time is not that great.
Okay. Please vote on these two items then. Okay, that passes 4-1. Is there a resolution on item I3? A motion on item I3. Second. Moved and seconded. Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The attachment for I3, I would like to have some discussion over. And I believe there's a public speaker as well. Okay. I saw that on the list here. So maybe we should hear from the public speaker. Okay, let's hear it. We have
first. One public speaker, Ms. Ward, is that correct? Derek Howard.
My name is Derek Howard. I'm the Vice President for CSEA 724 Food Service Department. And good evening, board members, Superintendent Koba, Deputy Superintendent Myers, and Stover. I'm here because I can't understand why we're not filling the vacancies in food services. I'm hearing you talk about increasing revenues and so forth, but if you don't have the workers there to feed the kids, that's going to be a problem. And by food service workers, we're the most overworked, underpaid department in this district. And without us serving meals, you would not really get the reimbursable revenue that you're talking about from the breakfast in the classroom and free and reduced lunches. Also, food services, our money is generated separately from Title I money, and our vacancies is from a Fund 13, I believe it is, and it has nothing to do with the general fund. So by you eliminating our vacancies, you're not really solving your financial problems anyway. What you're doing, I feel, is hurting the children, because we're going to have less people there serving the kids, less workers, less kids are being fed. So what I would ask for you guys to do, the committee of 5, you got a committee of 5, I think, that makes these decisions about the vacancies that we are eliminating or we're keeping. I wish you guys would go back and really look at the food service department. If you really want to generate more money, we need more workers, to be honest with you. And we don't have that right now. And basically, that's all I have to say. But we need the workers in the kitchens, because I visit at least 200 kitchens a year. And it's overwhelming. And we are having attritions in the kitchen. We're losing workers, we're not gaining any. So we're asking you guys to help us out, if you would. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. I was going to start off with the superintendent giving an explanation before we have discussion.
Thank you, President Evans. Back in January, we did agree, as was highlighted in the second interim, that the commitment was to stabilize the district, and to do so not to eliminate any personnel filling positions throughout the district, and couple that with the sale of property. At the time we discussed and the board approved of that strategy, I did mention that was a non-traditional and a very uncertain and likely to be a messy process, and one with risk. I also noted that in order to combine the stability with the avoidance of any layoffs, that we would have to picture in our own minds, and I would almost say put up there as a split screen any time we talk about this issue, the terrible choices we had. And one of those terrible choices was 1,500 people or thereabouts, the equivalent dollars needed to balance the budget. And in doing so, having a terribly negative impact on this district. And there's really no way to rationalize that particular choice in the context of the last 3 to 4 years of the emotional challenges and the overall distraction that came with that choice. But we recognized risk, uncertainty, messiness was involved. So if the split screen has 1,500 faces of hardworking staff on one side, and that's the no layoff, the other side of that screen is 1,500 faces with an X through them, suggesting that we've taken action to eliminate them and to overcome the budget deficit in a way that is incredibly tough as well. Neither option that I presented on the 22nd of January is an option that I prefer to take. But given how far along we have come, the choice is already made by the board. In the context of where we are, the board decided to go with the attrition model. The staff has worked on processes, issued some guidance about how we will deal with the attrition model. And in doing so, we've worked at this, argued, debated, and tried to come to grips with it, and we'll continue to do so. What you have in front of you is just a small snapshot because we wanted to identify for all of us to appreciate, and by that more than just the small group staff, but for board, community, and the remaining staff to understand that we are impacting all pockets of our district, classified, certificated, campus, and central office. And we have to take action in the near term for some of the statements made earlier about when will we know we've reached a point where contingency B has to be enacted. Well, we need to be working on this right now. The second interim is our statement of the way ahead. A decision on this small vote tonight is a commitment to the way ahead. I see no other way around it. I mean, all these positions were created at some point in this district because they provided some value added to our children. Whether they were people in maintenance or facilities, food service, mental health, all of these positions had some need. We are at a point, though, where we've got to mitigate that need with an eye on the terrible realities of the deficit. So we have taken some initial snapshots, and there are many more hours ahead of us, reviewing all the vacancies in all the funds and trying to identify what can work for us. Now, the question comes up, why are you in the other funds? Well, you heard in the second interim the pressures on the food service fund. And the fact is that right now there's discussion about loans back and forth between the food service fund. We have some small 0.25 vacancies that we can mitigate tonight as part of this first experiment. And so we consider that. You take a look at the proposition funds. We could use some of that money to recycle around as well. So there are ways to take pressures off the funds or to move requirement into those funds if appropriate and acceptable. So, tonight I'm asking the board to understand what I've been saying for a while. Everything is on the table, with the exception of a small criteria that we put out in our process. That criteria dealt with special education IEP-driven staffing, or legally mandated, or police officer enforcement. Very small criteria. But after you get past that criteria, we are trying to identify the options. Now, I want to note that One of the large dynamics at play is the school budgets. They're out right now, won't be returned for another week or two. We will take a look at how the decision making around budgets creates excessing and other opportunities. Mr. Dobbs talked about incentivized retirements. We will be taking a look at if we get our senior educators who are eligible based on tenure and at the high end of their step and column, if they elect to retire, and if they're not backfilled, there is an obvious savings. So I just want to point out that as money gets invested in an incentivized retirement, if a decision is not made to fill, we can take the residual, which is money savings, I should say cost avoidance, larger than $25,000. Every action from this point on in a forced march must be taken into effect. Now, there's nothing to say that as we watch the attrition unfold in the several months ahead of us, that we can't make adjustments, but we need to be monitoring closely to reach that $28 to $30 million objective, to look at the context in every case, because not any one of these positions in a different time would you likely to eliminate, given the rationale for why it was originally created. But I'm here to tell the board that there is a widest spectrum of vacancies to consider in every part of the district, as well as the incentivization model for retirement that I talked about earlier. And I just think we have to get on with it. It's hard, ugly consideration.
Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Beiser?
Yeah. This is a very difficult budget. It's very challenging. To have the realization that if we want no layoffs, if we want stability, then in order to make that happen, we have to look at the attrition model. Part of the reality of the attrition model is that it means that if there is nobody in a position, we don't hire somebody to fill that position unless it is an essential position. The definition of what's essential, that's up to the committee to look at and to decide based upon the needs of the kids at the schools or the staffing support roles that those people have. So for me, this is a very difficult decision because, we do need these people to provide these services and these programs for our kids. But on the other hand, we either eliminate them one way or the other because we have to balance the budget. And so I think it's a much more humane way to eliminate vacant positions instead of pink slipping people out of their job. And so given that trade-off, I think it's pretty clear that I will support the attrition model because it means no layoffs, it means stability. And that's, I think, an important perspective on this issue that we all have to think about and take into consideration.
I asked Mr. Koba a question. You mentioned, and maybe I misunderstood you, that the items before us on the exhibit of the eliminated or reduced positions are a snapshot. So this is the beginning. So is the intent that as each meeting we'll have a new snapshot, we'll have new positions, or is it just your intent to just show us these and then the board's not going to have to act on the future and the resolution gives you carte blanche to, without bringing it back before this board?
No, I don't have authority to eliminate vacancies. Okay. Only the board has authority.
Well, the resolution, though, gives authority, and what I'm asking is, so the resolution, so every list is going to come back to the board and we review.
As it has over the last many years. And this was the first presentation because while I've talked about the difficulty in the widespread and unpredictable impact, I needed for the board to see this in conjunction with the second interim. We have a lot of work to do before we come back to the board. It won't be every 2 weeks automatically, but the board needed to see this representation.
And who's on this committee? that makes these recommendations?
It's the two deputy superintendents, myself, chief counsel, CFO, and then we have in advisory capacities the executive director for labor relations and the human resources chief. And going down below them, to give you the example, the deputy sup for academics, Dr. Meyer, has her area superintendent cadre who works with her to identify in the academic area as it comes into the campus impact.
The Mr. Koba's point about wish we had a split screen showing this approach versus the 1,500 layoffs, I actually wish there had been a split screen when the past board, not including Ms. Foster, not including myself, voted to approve contracts and budgets that are going to spend almost $90 million more next year after getting $30 million more from the state of California. That would have been a split screen to have, because then we would have seen, when before the board voted, the fact that these impacts tonight are because of the decision the board made then. And there's two issues for me on these eliminations positions. Number one, the gentleman, Mr. Howard, raised the issue of the source of funds. Some of these, in my view, the question is, where are they funded from? I mean, when you have a clinical psychologist, mental health resource center, it says general fund, but is that a special ed, or is it from the general fund portion of special ed, or is it from the outside funds we get? Clinical psychologists, and I know some weeks ago the board stated it was its high priority to increase psychological services because after the school shooting. The issue of the Hoover Prep Kitchen, Kroc Prep Kitchen, University Prep Kitchen, these others, in theory, the food services should act as an enterprise. The staff, in my view, has done an excellent job in trying to recover general fund true past subsidies of this program through a very deliberate, meticulous process, which is different than LA did and others, and this, I believe this so-called audit from the state is bogus, and I believe they should continue to reimburse for actual costs to the general fund. But the issue, though, is if we have fees, whether it's free en route to lunch or others, and the goal is to increase revenues by selling more lunches, and I think the resolution earlier tonight on immigration may help some people return some of these forms that are fearful of returning any forms. So the source of those funds, and then the issue, we have all these PPO and facilities. We're going to spend $530 million on construction money starting very soon. And we're going to need a lot of ramp up. And we're going to hire outside staff augmentation, but we're going to need contract people and managers and in order to implement this without it being disastrous. Now, I realize you can't cover every construction facility issue with Prop Z, but the part of the ballot measure was to shift every legitimate major maintenance project to Prop Z as opposed to general fund or Fund 40. So I think we need to take a look at these positions and not just say, well, we have a vacant position, let's eliminate it, even though there may be other funding sources available. There may be other reasons not to eliminate. And at the same time, we're saying eliminate these, but the board is saying, and I supported, filling a position in legal, filling a position in area soups, filling positions in human resources. We're not saying don't hire those. Those aren't on these lists. And so I think we need, before we blithely approve this, or the board does, and says, let's go full steam ahead over the stability waterfall, let's look at the funding sources in these, the fact that we have specific major construction projects that we have potential funding sources on food services, and the issue of nursing and wellness, to have 5, not all full-time, mostly half-time nursing positions removed from these school sites. One of the reasons they're vacant is because the staff did not follow the board's direction in the current budget. This board voted to fund an additional 6 nurses in this budget, and they did not fund it. And that's why you have these vacancies. And now we're going to eliminate them because of this model. So I think the board needs to give a little more thought to the source of funds and how we can be creative within the law on the source of funds and look at the impacts of this. So I would urge the board to not make this decision tonight and to have a discussion of these issues that I raised.
Ms. Foster.
So, with regard to the nursing vacancies, so I have a question. Are the vacancies, do they take us under the recommended staffing levels, ratios?
It's my understanding that based on these position cuts, we will still be above ratios as set forth in the SDEA contract.
Contractual obligation versus
as a contractual
need obligation.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that was one question.
Just to kind of add to that, we knew when we looked at this budget that we're going to need to reduce the number of employees in the district. And we have to really separate out between need and afford. There's not anybody here saying that these are not important positions and that we do not need them. But the fact of the matter is, budget-wise, we cannot afford all of these positions. And as Mr. Beiser pointed out, since we have to eliminate a few hundred positions, the choice was to do it through layoffs or to do it through attrition. So it was really the method we selected to do this. But there really wasn't a choice in terms of the fact that we had to reduce the number of employees.
Just for clarification, because I know there are some out there who believe that if you have the vacancy, if that's not being filled, then there's a cost savings for that currently. So just for clarification, when we eliminate a vacancy, is that legally taking that expense off the books? Is that?
Yes, ma'am. When you remove the vacancy, that would take the fund that was associated with that vacancy, and then when you eliminate the position that goes along with it, you legally remove it off the books.
And what I understood before was that if there was a vacancy that we weren't filling, if the position wasn't eliminated, we could not take it off of our budget, and so that wouldn't be helpful from a budget presentation.
That's how we prove to the county office and the state that we have reached our goal as far as budget reductions are concerned. Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't save dollars, it reduces the budgetary number. So if you have a nurse that's $100,000 and we had it and do have it in this year's budget and are not spending the money we've approved, then by eliminating the position, it doesn't save $100,000 in real cash, it saves it in the budget and shows a savings. The question is, are these, and if I'm wrong, correct me on that, Mr. Dobbs, but the question really is, the question was, well, this is more humane because they're not giving pink slips to teachers and nurses and counselors, and maybe it is more humane to them because of the trauma of these people every year going through that. But is it more humane to the students to say, we don't care what position's vacant, we're going to eliminate it, even if it's nurses, which I believe this board has said in the past is its top priority. Nurses, counselors, police, VAPA, in preparing this budget. So there are choices that we can make.
Okay, Mr. Barrera.
Well, then I wanted to ask about our centralized staffing approach to nursing. Do we realize cost savings there, as well as better address the needs at the school site with that model?
Superintendent, could you answer that?
I think the intent with the centralized nursing model was, in fact, to bring a more standardized and consistent delivery of medical and healthcare services. I think that Dr. Fulcher and Ms. Bell have a centralized framework that will be applied across the board. They'll use a combination, because they have different categories for which they have to service our students, our children. There'll be cluster nursing teams that are going to address support for our campuses across caseload work, which we didn't do last year when we allowed for the wider latitude of what we called the X factor approach. We found that there were holes in coverage. Some schools made choices based on their budget and campus environment, what they could afford and didn't, or buy a nurse. Others did, and there was a choppy and consistent approach. The board saw some of that, I think, at the beginning of the school year, when there were many concerns raised here, testimonies. So one of our goals is to comply with all contract staffing levels, and as Ms. Carbucci has said, we are not violating any contract level. We got the centralized model in front of us here, both for health techs and for nurses. We have been trying to hire nurses, and I think it was noted by Dr. Fulcher a couple of meetings ago, supply-demand issues have been an obstacle to some degree. But the idea here is that the nursing model that we are invoking at the board's direction, centralized, will in fact try to do some better balancing and standardizing of health care across caseload, not just one size fits all.
There are not 6 nurses in the state of California or in the United States of America who would like to work at the school district. That's supply and demand.
I didn't say that, sir.
Well, you said Mr. Fulcher indicated there's supply and demand. It's called...
At different times when he's gone out to hire, there have been supply and demand issues.
Okay, let's go on. Mr. Barrera has been waiting a long time. Okay.
Yeah, two things as the grizzled veteran of having done this for so many years. I just want to perhaps remind the board that eliminating vacancies as part of a budget deficit solution is not new. You have done this every year that I've been here. In fact, in 2009, you did 90 in one vote, 80 in a vote. So this, the concept of eliminating vacancies as part of the strategy is not new. We're more focused on it here because there aren't the plethora of opportunities to do other things as well. And number 2, I would just like to say that the positions that are on here to be eliminated are a result of a 3-step process. Not the manager in the department looked at the vacancies and made recommendations. In some cases, recommendations to eliminate, because he or she knows his department best. And then in some cases, made the recommendation that we not eliminate. And then, so that's the first checkpoint. The second checkpoint is it then came to Dr. Meyer or myself with a sheet of documentation on why it needed, the details behind it, what the position did. For example, in food service, these are prep kitchen positions. These are not school positions. So that's a distinction in my mind, because we have a larger pool of people in the prep kitchens than directly working with the school site. So then it came to us to review, and then it went to the group of 5. So it didn't go to the group of 5 immediately. There were 2 checkpoints before that, very close to the actual operations of the departments.
And I just wanted to follow up on that. And I heard Superintendent Koba refer to it, but I'm assuming, and maybe you could talk a little bit about that, part of this consideration very much is about looking at colors of money, where they're even in restricted funds, as you were talking about the cafeteria fund, where we've got strains on those budgets, and also where the relationship between the general fund unrestricted and restricted, you can look at taking actions that actually do relieve a pressure on the general fund unrestricted, even though a position might currently be being paid for from general fund restricted. So if you could comment on that a little bit.
I think you saw that in the second interim. We talked about having to subsidize a term or provide a loan out to a number of funds. And unfortunately, this happens from one year to the next, varied in the number of funds or the dollars involved. But we have in the past support food service, the CDC, and to do that means taking money from the general fund to cover an operating cost in another fund. So if you can mitigate some of the operating costs in that fund, that eliminates the pressure for a loan in the other fund. And there are other times when, if there is capacity built in the other fund, we do have the occasion to shift some cost in there. I mean, Mr. Barnett made a good point. I firmly believe our methodology for utility costs and for custodial and food service was a sound business practice for which we haven't been able to find anyone to provide a rational defense against. So we're always trying to manage pressures on the general fund. Sometimes it's to pay out, sometimes it's to move things out of the general fund. So we have to take a look at the current situation in a much more global way than we ever have.
Okay. Let's vote on this item. Okay, that passes 4-1. I'm going to need to step out. Someone let Mr. Weiser.
Okay, I think we are now on to item I-5. Is there a motion? Approval. Do we have a second?
One potential amendment, and thank you for the motion. I just want to make clear in the motion, if possible, that this change in boundary, I know that's the intent, will not, any child who is currently attending a particular school in the Mission Bay cluster, for whatever reason, would still be able to attend next year and be grandfathered in, because the choice deadline's passed and other issues, and there's going to be some people falling between the cracks. I've already heard from some parents. So if it could be clear that, and I know there's language in there, but I want to expand it to any student who's currently in a current school in this cluster will be able to attend that same school next year.
That's certainly the intent of the language. Where did you think it varied? Because I thought it said fairly clearly, maybe I was wrong, that anyone who's in the school right now and any siblings who were coming up could continue at whichever school they were at. And it only affected new arrivals into Mission Bay.
Because some people might even move and maybe still be in the cluster, but be in a different boundary school because of this, and the choice deadline's passed, and the SDG&E bill will be the new one. So I'm trying to look at every.
If their school of residence is affected by our boundary changes, the grandfathering goes into effect. If they voluntarily move from, for example, the Sessions boundary into the Pacific Beach boundary, they have made a voluntary choice, and their new resident school is Pacific Beach. That happens across the district.
Sure.
People moving in and out.
But the choice, there was a lot of uncertainty here, and confusion, and I know some people who've maybe, at least a couple of parents have said, well, we're still in this community. We, in the past, maybe choiced in. The choice deadline has passed now. So I just, there may be one or two cases that way, but I don't know. Right. I'm just trying to say blanket for this year only, next year, not in the future.
Is that all right? Okay. Do I have a second on the motion as friendly amended? All right?
Yes.
Any discussion? All right, let's vote on I-5.
Look, with regards to this, I want to make sure that our school choice office and demographer work on language to bring clarity to this decision.
And the motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned.
Do we have any non-agenda? No? Okay.
Already you already found that out.
It's on his